Okay, y'all are all set.
Thank you.
Is Christina going to join?
Yep. Christine, are you getting on?
I'm working on it, yeah.
Amanda, so you can see anybody who's in the waiting room then, in order to let them in?
I can. Yep.
So how are you going to keep track of who was in the waiting room first?
I'm hoping that I can just, okay, so now I see Chris. I can see who goes in there first, so I'm going to just write it down. If there's a bunch of people, I'm going to do my best to keep it first come, first serve.
Okay, so you just write their names down on like a legal pad or something and
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Yep. I see that we do have, which Christina, did you email those things yet to the members?
No, do you want to do that right now or?
Yeah, because I do see Chris is waiting and
Okay.
his information is in there.
Okay, pop right off.
Okay, so we have somebody waiting to present right now.
We do, yep.
Okay, well, we'll call a meeting to order. The March 9th meeting of the City of Marquette Board of Review. And I guess again, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and
Liberty and
Justice
justice
for
for
all.
And let the roll call show that Mark and I are both in attendance via Zoom, and that the other 3 seats on the board are vacant at this time. And so we have, who is it that's waiting to present?
So Christina is going to send you guys the paperwork right now. I just got it in my email a couple minutes ago. It's for 5 Specker Circle.
Okay, and this is going to be petition number 87.
Petition number 87. And the parcel number is 0840050. And his name is Christopher.
All right. Last name is France, Franz.
Correct.
The assessed value is 180,000. And the taxable is 176,233.
Without having their information yet, do you guys want me to let them in?
Yeah, we can review it before we actually review his or make a decision on his numbers.
Okay, I'll let him in.
Let him in.
Looks like he's trying to connect, eh?
Mm-hmm. Afternoon, Mr. Franz. Can you hear us?
Doesn't look like it. There we go.
Yes, Mr. Franz, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Welcome to the Board of Review. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We set a presentation limit of 5 minutes for petitioners during this session. So if you could use that time to provide us with whatever information isn't explicitly in your tax record that you would like us to consider in reevaluating your assessment, we'd appreciate it.
All right. I'm a first timer, so pardon my ignorance. Thanks for meeting with me today. We just bought this house at the end of 2019. As far as I know, I don't know if there's any other homes around our area that's been sold. Having recently purchased the house, usually that's what kind of sets the market value. So when I received the notice about the increase of the value was what brings me here today. Almost feels like I'm in a sort of double jeopardy. We paid what I consider quite a prime price for this house. It was built in '73. I sent to Amanda some pictures of a lot of the disarray of this house. I don't know that anyone did anything much for this house in the last 50 years, which is why I sent those photos. So I don't know. I looked at a couple other homes in the area. One was 34 Specker, being similar to this house in square footage, number of baths and beds. And then a newer home on Grove Hill, it's a court. That was built, I'm going too fast. The other Spectre home was built similar time frame as this house in 1976. The other home I looked at was on that Grove Hill, which is just sort of down the hill for me, no pun intended. And 9 Grove Hill. And likewise, that has 5 beds, 2.5 baths. The square footage is a little less. But of these properties I was looking at, they pay, we're paying $2,000 more in taxes. So I was just looking for what's considered fair, to my fair share. And that's about it. That's in 2 minutes. I'm happy to explain anything else on my petition. I think I talked about sort of the tax value and the amount of needs that this home has.
Okay, well, at this point, we're still waiting for your information to come through on the email.
All right.
But we use the time when people are addressing us to gather as much information as we can.
Okay.
And then later on, we'll take and review all of that information with what we have in the tax roll, and we'll probably ask staff for some information on other properties in the neighborhood, quite typically, and then we will render a decision a little later. That you will be notified of in writing within 30 days after our decision. So about 30 days from today or less, you should know what our decision is. We can decide on a particular value that you have recommended to us on your petition, or we may choose something else in between, or we may find that there's enough evidence in the value of other properties to actually deny your petition. But we will look at it seriously and take as much information as we can into consideration.
Thanks. Speaking of the value, I really wasn't sure about what to put there. You guys would be the experts. I honestly wanted to put something even lower than I put with the amount of work that my wife and I are hoping to put in this house, but I didn't think that was realistic. So I didn't want to be laughed out of the room per se. So just keep that in mind.
Well, one of the best things to put there is what you think you would list it for if you were moving out tomorrow.
Okay. Well, there's what I would think, but I don't know about others.
And truly, what you paid for the house doesn't truly set the value. State law says that the property can't be assessed based on just the sale of that property. It's a very complicated process of looking at sales across the whole jurisdiction and across different neighborhoods of similar characteristic. And there are factors determined for each that are used along with a lot of the data on your individual house to calculate that. It's quite the mathematical process, but one sale does not determine it. It's sales over the last 2 years throughout the city. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I can't think of, is there anything I should add that maybe the board looks for that I'm not adding?
Well, did you indicate what you paid for the property? Because that, like I say, it's not the determinant, but it is a factor that we do consider.
Yeah, that's in there. When I talked to Amanda earlier, I mean, she knows, I think you guys have access to all that information.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I just got it.
I just sent it a few minutes ago.
Okay. It's showing up on mine here now too. So,
Okay, good.
Okay, Mark, do you have any questions for him, or do you want to take a minute to look at that first?
I'm just looking through this here, but I think it looks like you cover everything in what you sent here. So,
Yes, thank you for the support material. That all helps. So,
okay, well, thanks for your time. I'm over my time, 5 minutes time by a minute and a half.
well, thank you, and appreciate you joining us today. So,
Thanks for your help.
good afternoon.
take care, Chris.
You too, take care.
Okay, do we want to go back and deal first? Well, first of all, is there anyone else waiting?
There's nobody waiting right now.
Okay, we want to go back and pick up that one on Rockwood Drive that we didn't vote on yesterday.
Christina, did you
Yeah.
talk to them?
I did talk to Mr. Steinler, and he understood the confusion the board had on the owner's estimate of true cash value, and he asked to withdraw his petition.
Okay.
I think,
Well-
did we lose Mark?
Oh, where'd he go?
Let's hang
Hit a
tight.
wrong button. That's what happens.
Let's hang tight for him.
Okay.
I wonder if he even knows he's got to know he's out. I wonder what happened.
Amanda, did you boot him?
I didn't. I did remove the other guy though, but I didn't click on Mark's.
Okay, I didn't know if you were click happy there.
Maybe I got a little click happy, but I don't think I did. I don't see him in the waiting room trying to get back in.
Okay, you want me to give him a call?
Be good.
I'll give him a minute.
Okay, okay.
Wonder what happened. He was naughty, you know, you gotta boot those guys out. Wonder if his internet went bad or something.
You want to try to reach him by phone and see if he's available.
Hey, what happened? The host removed you from the movie. Oh, geez. I did not try to remove you. I know I removed the other guy. I didn't even click on your name. I wonder if I copied it. Like, reply to it, you know? Otherwise, I'm going to I just sent you a link. Otherwise, I'm going to have to call Sean. That link doesn't work. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Maybe I won't do that anymore. I have a hard time. Oh. I'm gonna have to call John and I'll call you back. All right, bye. Lunch. I booted him out apparently. I have to call Wendy.
Christina, it looks like you're grabbing things right out of the trees.
Yeah, Amanda is working on it, but I think she was the culprit. So they're working on it.
So I hope his hardware works better than mine.
Gotta love technical issues. We'll figure it out.
After last week, I started logging in hours ahead of time.
Not a bad idea.
Well, I do hope that we don't have to do another year of them like this.
Don't think so. So, oh,
I know you're on lunch right now, but I don't know what to do. Could you walk me through it? Since I want to push it through it. So sorry.
So I don't know what I did because I swear I didn't click on him, I promise, but he is booted out and he can't get back in because I booted him out. And Sean is gone to lunch, but I called Sean at home and he's running back here to work to try to fix it because he couldn't walk me through it, how to do it, because he didn't even remember how to fix that problem. So hopefully it's fixable.
Can't he click on the link, the Zoom link, just like everybody else?
I re-invited him even, like I sent him a new invite because I can invite people on here. I'm sure you can too. And yeah. I re-invited him, sent him the link again, and he couldn't get back in. So I'm so sorry.
Blacklisted.
He's completely booted off.
Okay, well, hopefully this won't take too long, and luckily we don't have anybody waiting. I was going to wait to ask these questions while he was back on, and they aren't, apparently they aren't quite germane anymore if Mr. What was his name? Steindler has withdrawn his petition. But I did look into his situation last evening when I was posting all the changes on the tax roll, and I was amazed or astounded or whatever by the fact that everybody with a condo on Rockwood experienced a 44 to a 46% jump in their assessed value, which amounts to basically anywhere from $80,000 to $96,000 in one jump in true cash value. So I think he had reason to complain, but I'm not sure.
Miles, how do you how should we handle that? Should we just like, because it's already petition number and we have numbered petitions after him.
Not a way to just,
Yeah, I don't think you can't void him. I mean, you're just going to have to make a decision. He submitted a petition, and you're just going to have to process him, either deny him or whatever. But we just can't simply pull his petition once he submitted it. He's in the system.
That's what I thought.
Okay, I guess that's what it is then.
it would be, since there's so few in that one grouping right there and they all experience the same factoring, be difficult to change his, I guess, without changing all the others anyway.
Okay. All right.
I can't believe I booted him out. I didn't even click on his name. I don't know how it happened because it was on the other guy.
Does he appear on your? I only see 5 participants. Okay, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But there is an invite there. Do you have his email?
I do have his email. Yes. I emailed him the link again and he couldn't. He tried to get in and he couldn't.
Okay.
Sean was at home, but he lives just 2 minutes away. I think he was at home or he was gone anyway to lunch.
You just sent him a link. Maybe he can get in through mine.
Well, I won't do that anymore.
We pick up the Carson number, the tax ID number would be great.
Hey, y'all.
Hi, Sean. So sorry. I owe ya.
Just I just need a minute to figure it out. Can you tell him to try and rejoin?
Yep.
If he can't do that, I might need to restart the meeting.
Okay. Maybe I did email him, but maybe I'll just give him a call quick. Might be faster. Yeah. He said it gave him the same message, Sean, that he was removed by the host.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to restart this meeting, so tell him to try again in just a minute.
Out of here.
Okay, if we're ready to resume then, about the time you disappeared, we were learning that Mr. Steinler had expressed a desire to withdraw his petition regarding the assessed value on 231 Rockwood Drive. Since we already have that in our system and numbered, I'm understanding we can't actually overlook it or have him withdraw it. We do have to take some action on it.
Okay.
So we can deny it, or we could approve it, whether he likes it or not, or we can make some adjustment to price or whatever. But
I guess that being that he would like to withdraw it, I mean, I'd make a motion to to deny it.
okay, I will support that motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0. And for a reason, do we have the option of owner's request?
I just wrote in the reason denied.
Okay.
Okay. That was petition number 84.
That was 84. Okay.
Yeah. So now we can deal with one on Specker Circle. If I can figure out what I did with it here.
Yeah, let me that was KK. Okay.
Number 87 from Christopher Franz. Parcel number 0840050. And I have to move over here to look at his documents. Okay, he's currently at 180,000 and asking for 150,000 on assessed value.
I'll share my screen with you. Oh, the host disabled participant screen sharing.
Well, at least we're all here now.
Yeah, it's out here. Sean probably left to finish his lunch. But at least we can tell you he bought it in 2019 for $335,000.
He paid 335. Okay.
I'll email Sean right now and just, I think you have time, Sean.
How big is the house? Do you have that?
Total floor area is 2,824 square feet. I'd show you the pictures, but there's a pool, like an in-ground pool in the backyard with concrete patio around it.
Okay.
Stone front on the house with, looks like some wood siding.
So this is the one that's right out next to Grove Street then? I think that's one, that one had a pool. If I remember right.
I can pull up the map.
Wow. Does look like it needs some attention. That's a pretty good sized house, though.
And actually, I'm not the co-host anymore either. He took away my powers at will.
Lost your hosting privileges.
I did.
Quiet.
Well, I agree that it definitely shows a lot of wear and deterioration. But that's traditionally been somewhat of a high-priced neighborhood,
Yeah, and that's a big house, too.
and with a pool and whatever, it's
Yep.
gotta be
2,800
worth it.
square feet.
Unless the pool is all cracked up or something like some of the walls.
Yeah, that could be. He didn't send any
didn't-
pictures of the pool.
No, he didn't give us pictures of that, so I don't really think that's the case. But
Nope, it's probably okay.
so if he paid $335 2 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
wonder why he feels it's only worth 300,000 now. So,
Right. And he said he thought that was a little high in his opinion.
yeah.
Yeah. And it does, like you said, it does look like it needs some attention, but
He was using number 9 Grove Hill Court and number 34 Specker Circle as comparables. Can you tell us what those are valued at?
Yes.
In particular, the 34 Specker, because like I say, that's probably the same age as his, within a year or two.
34 Specker. The true cash is 247. Total floor area 2,740. That one hasn't sold since 2001.
$247. And can you tell from what you're looking at where that sits on the circle?
I don't know why this layer isn't working. Keeps bringing me. There we go. So here is Speckers. So 5 Specker is quite a ways in. Let's see.
On the east side? East
So
part
off of Grove, it's almost to the bend, all the way into Specker. So
Okay. On the inside or on the outside?
it's on the outside.
Oh, so he's got the kind of vacant wooded area behind him then too.
Yes, he does. And 34 Specker is down and on the inside, and it's closer to Grove Street with a smaller lot.
Yeah. Let's see. He is. Try to get his number up here again.
You can no longer see me, right? All you can see is the table.
Right?
that's it.
Yep.
You've
I fig-
disappeared.
It's
Invisible.
amazing. I don't get it.
Oh,
There,
Hey.
you just have to stand up. That's all.
It looks funny. It looks like you're like doing jumping jacks or something.
no, it looks like whack-a-mole.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'm no longer the co-host, so I can't see if anyone's in the waiting room or not.
I tried to share my screen, but it said that the host had disabled participant screen sharing. So
Okay.
I sent him an email, actually 2 emails.
Well, our phone number is out there, so if there's a problem, we'll be getting calls anyway. So that's the backup.
There you go.
People can call. We should say that every once in a while. Please call Christina.
You love that my number was up first.
225-8379.
Well, you did your time in this chair. It's only fitting.
Okay. Mr. Franz seemed most concerned that his assessed value had taken a significant jump. And I don't think we have, without my going back into the roll here, I don't think we have what his previous year's 2020 SCV was.
I can tell you. His 2020 was 173,800. And his 2019 was 165,200. And that's the year he bought it, was when it was 165,200.
Okay. So it's climbing steadily and in decent sized steps, but not too outrageously, I guess, compared to everybody else's.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, at 360,000 and he paid 335 for it. I don't think it's gone downhill in value since he bought it. So I don't know. Do you think 340 or 350 is a reasonable compromise?
I think 350 would be pretty reasonable.
Okay. Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion for to set it the value at 350.
He moved and seconded to set the 2021 assessed value at 175, and that would also lower the taxable value to 175 on parcel number 0840050 at 5 Specker Circle. So all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved 2-0, and we're basing that primarily on property condition.
Yes.
Okay, give me a minute or so to print the forms. Okay, that one is done.
Okay, petition number 88 is from Gail Devonshire of 233 West Berg Avenue. Parcel number is 0111210. And she is requesting a disabled veterans exemption. I don't recall dealing with this one in past years. Is this a new one?
No, it's not. No.
No? Okay, so she was at 0 last year.
Yep, since 2014.
Okay.
Well, I will I make a motion to approve the petition for exemption due to veteran status.
Moved, and I'll second to grant the 100% exemption for disabled veteran on parcel 0111210 at 233 West Baraga. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 2-0.
Forms here. Okay, that one is done.
Alrighty.
Okay, petition number 89 is for personal property account 9640465. And that is from Jonathan Hall representing Erickson Oil Products Incorporated.
Just a late filing on personal property tax.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to accept their late filing.
Okay, I will second that. And the late filing will result in a change in their assessed and taxable value from 35,000 even to 34,084.
34084.
Yes.
Okay.
It's been moved. I'll second it to approve that late filing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0 to accept the late filing and change the values.
Right, I'll do the forms. Okay,
Okay, for the next one, I'm going to have to recuse myself from actual discussion, but I will introduce it and then then give you my presentation on it, and you can decide what you want to do with it. This is for parcel, it's petition number 90, parcel number 512013 at 1813 Woodland Avenue. And basically I guess I'll start my 5 minutes here or less. Not concerned really with the taxable value, but the assessed value does seem to be climbing considerably beyond what I think I could sell the property for. I think that's primarily the result of basically a system that applies a multiplier or factors it up similarly across the neighborhood each time. And because my home is somewhat overbuilt for the neighborhood, it's at the higher end of the range. The gap seems to spread every time you multiply something by a factor, just much like people getting a raise at an employer. If it's always a percentage raise, the gap between the lowest paid and the highest paid gets wider. And I think that's what's happening with the home prices here. I supplied 2 tables. The larger one basically does not really differentiate between the size of homes. I did indicate the square footage on there and the acreage on which they sit. The ones that have a blank in the acreage column are part of the platted Gadorsey subdivision. And I didn't look up the lot size there, but it's a typical, I think 70 by about 120 or so. But you can see at 194,200, the assessed value of my home is about half of, or excuse me, about twice what most of the other homes in the neighborhood are. And granted, it may be larger than quite a few of those, but I think the neighborhood still has an effect on the value of the house, so it does pull the value down somewhat. I did pick out on the second chart a couple of the more comparable homes in the neighborhood. One directly behind me at 1832 East Avenue was built a few years before mine. It's actually larger. Tax roll says it has 3 bedrooms, but since it's owned by a corporation and rented out to students, I really think it probably has more than 3 bedrooms in it right now. And that one is, it's on a smaller parcel of land, but a bigger square foot of home and garage. And you can see it's considerably less SEV than mine. There's one directly across the street. It has in the past at times functioned as a duplex, mostly with relatives. I know originally the basement was set up as a mother-in-law residence years ago, even before I lived in this neighborhood. Now it's been used mostly by grown children in their family that are with the parents upstairs. So even though it has a smaller square foot, I think it has a fully finished basement. And again, it's a little older, a little smaller lot, but I think it's a close comparable to mine. And it also is considerably lower. Looking more at the same size home and acreage, home on Wright Street, right around the corner from me, just sold in December. It sold for assessed value of 125,400. And all of those, I guess, are considerably less. I didn't really find any directly in my neighborhood that do come out very close to mine in value. And
I figured he.
I built in 1988 on the lot, and cleared the lot, and had a contractor construct here then. I've not heavily invested in the house at all since then. The brick veneer was put on about 10 years later in 1998. I think the last roof was put on in about 2004, if I remember correctly, 2003, 2004. It's about due for another roof. One of the detriments, I supplied a number of photographs. Not much of a professional photographer, but I did want to demonstrate on the first one there, one of the detriments that most people have if they come even to visit me is a steep driveway. It's almost a 15% grade. Gets very difficult to maintain in the winter, and at times my wife parks on the street and I have to get the car up to the top and get it in the garage. So it's an issue that draws from the value. Recently, I did mention yesterday that the truck traffic on Wright Street, which is, there's one house between mine and Wright Street, but you do feel the vibration. It does rattle things in the house, feel a clunk and whatever. And I can't swear that it's the truck traffic, but between that and the frost, when there's frost in the ground, you do feel the vibration a lot more. A crack recently developed in my brick fascia on the north face of the garage. That's what that second photo is. And I think it could very well be due to the shock loading from traffic on Wright Street. Even though the house was built in 1988, there's a lot that I never did get around to finishing. If you look in the back, sorry about the shadowing or the shading there, but there's no deck back there, and there's really the only porches were stacked concrete blocks, loosely stacked there for steps. After all these years, that still was back there. As of maybe as recently as probably 4 or 5 years ago, I had a nice forested backyard. It was screened. You couldn't see any of the neighboring houses at all from my house, even though they're only about 30 feet away in the back. Nice thick wooded area. I've got deer in the yard just about every night. There's about 4 of them that spend the whole night here a lot of times, and I've had as many as 8 spend 24 hours out here without leaving. And they've eaten out all the understory. So I do get more noise, and I do have more view of the neighbors, and they have more view of our house. And then finally, among the other unfinished items in the house, I took a picture of the few stairways. One coming in from the garage is the one we use the most. That's the one with the drum sitting next to it with the sand that I have to keep putting on the driveway. But that and there's an exterior stairway that goes from the landing in the garage down to a basement entrance. That's the other one you see on that picture, 2 stairways. And then the internal one in the house. They all just have the construction treads and regular 2x10 construction, and never really got around to putting final treads on them and cleaning them up or finishing them.
Okay,
And
Steve, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Time up?
Steve. Yeah, that's your time.
Okay.
here.
Okay, well, the last one's just water spots on the basement wall. So
Okay, okay. We're
Thank you.
trying to be kind.
that's fine. So I will leave if you'd like while you discuss it, even though you can't vote on it. And I'll, if you'd like to either buzz me when you're done, or I can just come back in a few minutes and However you
Oh,
like
how
to
would
do
you
it.
like us to buzz you?
On a cell phone.
Oh,
Steve let me give you some information that these we have on the assessment card. I just want to see if it's accurate. So it was built in 1988.
Correct.
It's 4 bedrooms.
It has 3 legal bedrooms. We had a recreation area in the basement that was semi-finished, and when one of my kids came back home after being gone for a while, moved back in, he didn't want to share a bedroom with his brothers anymore, so he moved his bed down to the recreation room, and it's kind of stayed as a bedroom since. Doesn't really meet all the construction codes, but there's
Okay.
no separate door on that room from the sitting area outside of it.
So you have three legal bedrooms. And
Yes.
Does the 4th bedroom have closets?
There's a small closet in that area, yes.
Okay. Why is it not legal for the 4th bedroom?
It has 2 means of exit. One stairway coming up through the house. The other stairway that leaves there goes through the garage. And I was told that to be legal, it would have to have direct access to the outside. Well, it does have direct access, but through a basement-sized window. I don't have the emergency exit window in that area of the basement, so my kids can get out of it, but it doesn't meet code.
Okay. And it's only a 1-story, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Currently, I've got the Semco sending me letters saying that I should improve the energy efficiency of it because it's using more gas than comparable homes. So I know the insulation met code in 1988 wouldn't meet today's codes, but.
And what do you think that the market value should be?
About 370 to 375, somewhere in that range. I wouldn't ask more than 375 if I was to try to sell it at this point. Primarily all the way through the interior, it needs updating, like a lot of them that we see presented to us. I think the last time I did much painting or refinishing was at least 10 years ago. So some of the finishes are original from the 80s, carpeting and such. The only thing I saw actually in error on the tax or on the card, it shows 2 automatic doors. Only one of my garage doors has an opener on it. The other one is manual. And the other thing was that it lists 4 ventilation fans, and I actually have a 5th one in the laundry room that we don't use much, but there is one in the laundry room. Any other questions?
None here.
Okay, well, I'll let you discuss it for a few minutes. I'll come back.
Mark, I've run an analysis of comparable sales
Okay.
based upon the parameters that he has.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 20 of them. Some of them are not. I don't know whatever your comfort zone is on voting.
Mm-hmm.
Either
Yeah,
up or
I mean,
down. Do you want to do
yeah.
that? You want to discuss that first, or do you want to just say you'll deny it and then the assessor's office will do an appraisal of it, and if we determine that we want to change the value, he can pursue the Michigan Tax Tribunal, and then we would.
Yeah, it seemed to be, from the sounds of it, that's what Steve was most comfortable with.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I don't have a problem with it either way, but I think it sounds like that would probably be what Steve would prefer, I would think.
Okay. All right.
So,
Well,
yeah.
it's a pretty simple process for us to, you know, to run comps. I mean, like I said, I've already pulled up 20 of them, so we can
Okay.
do a sales study analysis on it.
Okay.
And, you know, just pull the most comparable sales that are similar to his, put them in an array, and do it that way. And then
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, then, I'll you know, vote to deny it based on that.
Okay. All right. So I need to make that entry in the computer. And that was petition 90. Okay with you just to deny as a
Based
reason
on,
or lack of quorum?
yeah.
Lack of quorum, okay. Okay, so that's what I put in for the reason then. Lack of
Alrighty.
quorum.
And we'll leave it to you guys in the tax tribunal.
Okay. Amanda, any word from Sean?
Nope. He probably lunched now. He was supposed to lunch until 2:15, and so now I bet he's lunching until at least 2:30.
Okay, so we have no idea if somebody's trying to get in.
Exactly. So if you are watching and you want to get in, please call 225-8379.
Should we give Steve a call?
Steve.
Come back.
Thank you.
Hello, Steve. You'll be notified of our decision within 30 days by mail.
Okay, thank you very much. But what should I write on here?
Want to take like a 5-minute break here?
Or yeah.
Okay, all right. Come back.
Alrighty.
Come back in 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
Oh, I can't screen. I can't share. I'm back up and running as the co-host.
All right.
They're letting you do that?
Yeah. You know, if I was them, I would have taken those privileges away permanently, but you know.
Okay, so at this point, we have no further petitions at this time.
I think we have
there's
one
one.
more, right?
Mhm.
Is there?
Lettered LL.
Yes. LL.
I gotta find that one.
It's right after the Franz one.
In the same email?
He, do you always want the sucker open?
Or just stick the key in there maybe. And then if we have to turn it, we will.
Okay. A little annoying, but
Was that a separate email from the,
No, it was right
Um,
after the one with Christopher Franz. The first one that we had.
Yeah, I'm looking at all his photos here. Is it in that same?
Yeah, it should be after the end of all his photos.
Okay.
Just like the last 3 pages of that are. There's another petition.
what's the parcel number on 91?
So it's 967-1726.
Personal, okay.
Here we go.
And what is the current assessment?
1,000.
And what's it going to?
0. And then to remove it for 2022.
Went out of business this year.
Mm-hmm.
So what was it again? 967
1726.
1826. And Bird de Ver vintage.
Mhm.
Well, if you're ready there, Steve, I'll make a motion to accept their petition.
And I'll second that. And that's to revise the values to both assessed and taxable to 0 on account 967-1726. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0. And reason is out of business,
Yeah.
late filing and out of business.
Mm-hmm.
All right, a minute or so to do the forms.
Was this a completely separate business from Nick Dupra's retro store down there? I can't think what that one's called. It's in that same building, I think.
They're not connected as far as I know.
Okay.
Okay, that one's done.
Okay, then we need one more announcement of the phone number, so we have another petition.
I think Amanda said we're back on the, she can see if anybody's waiting in the waiting room now.
Oh, okay, great.
There's nobody there.
Nobody home.
So we just have to sit here till 9 o'clock tonight. Then.
At least we had a break from 4 to 6.
Yeah. I do have something else to turn into you. I think I have to turn this in. The new requirement for board of review training review report. I received it says you have to attach the certificates of completion for training sessions to the back of this, and then this has to be attached to the roll. I received a certificate of completion for the programming that the State Tax Commission put on Zoom. And I believe that's probably all it required, but I did attend on Zoom 2 other programs put on by an assessor by the name of Rowley, working for Michigan State University Extension. One was titled, Can You Explain Your Tax Bill? And the other was, Think Your Property Value is Too High. And those, they were each, I think, an hour and a half Zoom session. He covered a lot of ground on each of them, but there was no certificate of completion issued with those. So should I just leave those off of the report?
Yes, yeah, I would just attach the first one, and then if you could send us a copy. Did you get reimbursed for that from us?
Well, the Assessors Association puts on the first one with the Tax Commission, and I was just told I was registered for it, so I had no part in that. I don't know if there is a charge or not, but the 2 with MSU, no, I didn't apply for reimbursement. It's $20 a piece, so $40.
Well, just send us a copy of the invoices, and we'll run it through.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, the new requirement is once every 2 years that the board of review members now have to have that training, and it has to be attached to the back of the assessment roll, and then the assessor has to sign off on it, saying that the members went. And then we also have to now, whoever the certified assessor is of the roll has to sign off on all the people who work on the roll, that they're properly certified and or have been properly trained on the assessment rolls as well. But that doesn't start until next year. So we don't have to do that for this year, but starting next year, if you're the certified assessor, everybody in your office that has anything to do with setting values or making determinations has to be properly trained and properly certified, or they can't work on the assessments.
All righty.
I will note that apparently the State Tax Commission, it's a half-day session. Again, it was by Zoom this year. I think last year was in Norway. Went up there for that, but although they cover a lot of information, they kind of gloss over it pretty quickly. And one of the things that was covered this year, I had mentioned earlier, and you came up with a citation in the law that said that it was incorrect, but basically they were indicating that we couldn't process any changes at the organizational meeting.
Yeah, you have to be careful, sometimes what people say. There's opinions, and then there's the law, and we all know which one wins.
Anything else we should be doing or working on while we're waiting for public?
Well, we are expecting Mr. Danner from Marquette Mountain Resort LLC to call in or Zoom in, I think honestly sometime the next half hour.
Okay.
on that. The parcel was 9650562. I don't recall the petition number, though.
That the one we already acted on?
We acted on everything we've got.
Yeah, so
So it was petition 66.
So that's the only thing we have on the horizon.
do we know, is he looking for a reconsideration, or? I thought we were just accepting a late filing on that initially.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Well, that's the one who wanted to rescind, and that was a rather large jump from our estimated number to the amount that was on the personal property statement. I'm sure he prefers the estimated amount over what was filed. So that's probably what he'll talk about.
Yeah, down.
Mhm. So
Are there any specific requirements on who files those personal property statements? If they're over a certain dollar amount or anything, do they require a CPA or anything? So
Oh, either the owner or the representative can file, but if a representative files, they have to have a written authorization to do so.
well, they did indicate they heavily reinvested in the hill because it hadn't been upgraded in a number of years, but other than I think Otavero's put a lot of money into the water system, the snow guns and such.
And I do believe their new filing, which you guys would have gotten a copy, put everything new in 2021.
Mhm.
So that would mean that they got rid of everything and bought all new. So maybe they just need to file an amended statement, one that is actually the years of their equipment.
Yeah, I doubt that the lifts and stuff were all replaced. And I know much of the pump house and water mains and stuff had already been upgraded, so they wouldn't have gone in and redone all of that again. Do we deal with that as a whole new petition then, if he wants us to accept a refiling?
Yeah, they're going to have another appearance before the board of review since they already appeared before. So we'll have to have that'll have to be number 92.
And when do they have to have that in for us to accept it?
The close of the board of review, or they could do an amended 211-154 if they, if they can't have it done before the board of review, they can file an amended form with us. We'll send it on to the state. We either accept it or deny it. Either the form says we concur or we don't. And so it would depend upon the facts.
Right now, there's nobody, so you'd be on because today are the only days that you'd have to be paid. And you have to fill out a petition form in order to be clergy. And those online. Right, but you still have to. Yeah. I have another. Oh, I was sorry. I thought the PSA that was. Yeah. And that's go. But, yeah.
Somebody wanting to have an appointment just called. So I'm just going to email them the form.
price of the sale, was the deed transfer recorded at the registrar's office? County? Okay. Okay.
Miles, I'm going to send you an email on something that came through as a question, and you can probably just answer it really quick off the top of your head.
The assessor. Unusual. Phone call or I can email you. They're gonna be recorded at the county. So that's related to your question, have the assessor get in touch with you. Right now, we're connecting the quarter review right now. So, I will have him get yeah, that's who we have listed as the owner, so. All right. All right, Scott, and what was a good phone number for our sister to reach back out to you? Okay. I'm gonna CC you on the email as well that I sent to our assessor, along with your phone number. Ownership here and help you figure out the next steps for us to get this updated. Okay? All right, okay, thank you. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Well, I think I'm going to move away from the laptop here and enter the changes we made today into the tax roll. I won't be very far if you do get the call. I'll be just across the room here. So.
Okay.
Christina?
Yeah, Miles?
On that email for that lease land.
Yeah.
So if I understand it correctly, he has he purchased a parcel back in 18. It's a building on leased land. And what does he want to know?
The old owner is still getting documentation. We have the old owner listed. I didn't pull the parcel folder to see if we had a deed.
Okay.
Anything more recent. I said you probably need to have a deed filed to get it changed into his name. But
What's the name of that one, Christina?
it's under Wallace Steinhoff. I'll give you the parcel.
And he's the former owner?
Yes, and I heard from the new owner who has the bill of sale. So just the legal, I didn't know if we handle it any differently or just treat it like any other, and we need a deed.
What's the address?
Yeah, he can send us the bill of sale. And
Oh, okay.
we'll change the name since he
Okay.
doesn't. Yeah, it would be just like since it's on real property, it's not personal property, but it's a building on leased land. So just have him send us the bill of sale, and
Okay.
then we'll change the name to his current name and just make sure that he provides us his current address.
Oh, okay. Then I'll just reach back out to him with that. That's easy.
Okay.
Okay.
On all of those ones, 2 miles, those ones are down by the lake. We always require PTA as well.
Amanda, you're muted.
We'd always require a PTA on those ones as well. On the East Main, down by the lake, a PTA. I don't know. That's what we used to do as practice, but
Yeah, it's a transfer of ownership. So yeah, we do need the property transfer application.
Okay. I will let him know and send him the form to complete.
because a lot of the times those bill of sales are not recorded.
That's what it sounds like here.
Yes. Because I have another one that I'm dealing with and they won't send me a PTA. So I'm not changing the ownership.
No. No. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. Okay, I'm going to give him a quick call. So I'm going to
Okay.
mute myself for a little bit.
All right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I've neglected to write in the dollar amount that we changed Mr. Franz assessed and taxable to. Could you give me those numbers? That was on parcel 0840050, petition 87.
175,000.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Christina Hunter from the city of Newport. His sister got back rather quickly. We had a little bit of a lull. What he's asking is that if you could forward along a copy of that bill of sale. And I'm also going to send you a property transfer affidavit by email. And if you fill out and include that with the bill of sale, and we can update the parcel information for our record. Okay. And we'll need to, on your property transfer affidavit, you want to include your current mailing address as well. To make sure we have that. Okay, I will get that attached for you, so you'll see an email from me shortly with that. Yep. Yep, I'll let you fill that out and then turn that in along with a copy of your bill of sale. Whatever you have, just include it, and if we have follow-up questions, we've got your phone number and email. Okay, okay. All right, sounds good, thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Miles, he's all set.
Okay, good. Must have some great microphones there, because when you have yours muted, we can still hear what you say over Amanda's microphone. So be aware of that.
Wow, they are quite sensitive.
He'll have to mute your microphones, both of you.
I guess so.
We have someone in the waiting room.
Okay.
I sent her the petition, but I haven't received it in my email. Do you want me to let her in? I can let you know what the address is,
Or I guess we can.
but she's gonna have to get us that petition.
Yeah, not until she gets, not until you have the signed petition.
Okay.
Okay. Should we let her in and just tell her we need the petition? Because she didn't, no, has not sent it, so.
Okay. Well, yeah. If she thinks she's just gonna hold it up in front of the screen or send it in later, she could be hanging out there. So if you can get a message to her one way or another that we need that first.
I will send a message to the waiting room. Give her a couple of minutes to respond. Otherwise, I'll call her. I do have her on caller ID here.
Okay.
Miles, did you say yesterday on mine, because there was not a quorum, I should just have a denied in the book?
Correct, yeah. And then what the procedure can be is we'll take a look at your petition and find comparable sales to it. And if we find that there should be an adjustment, then we'll go to the tax tribunal, or you'll go to the tribunal, and then we'll respond with our whatever value that we think it should be at.
So I have to schedule a hearing there or not?
You will have to, yeah, you'll have to file. If it's denied, you'll have to file there won't be any fee because it's your primary residence. So you'll need to file an appeal with the Michigan Tax Tribunal.
Okay. More complicated than what I anticipated.
Well, it's a pretty simple process to file the form. It's a one-page form that you just fill out online and send it in. You can email it. You can e-file.
So it is just an administrative review. There is no hearing or anything. Just
yeah. I mean, if it went to a hearing, it would, if we agree, if we can agree to a value between the two parties, then we'll stipulate out, and then there won't be a hearing.
Okay.
I'm sending you guys all the form.
Watching for it.
And Christina, I'll give you the original that I printed just now.
Thank you.
Well, Steve, you should have just received an email with the newest petition.
Hasn't come through yet. Watching for it.
Okay,
Got the inbox up.
all right.
Okay, does everybody see it in their email?
Maybe faster than US Post Office, but it still takes a while to get here.
Definitely. So it's for 914 South Lake Street. It'll be petition number 92. Parcel 0010060.
What's the what's the current assessed?
The current 2021 is 208,600. And the taxable is 65,085.
Okay, it just popped up here.
Let me know
Did
when
you
you're ready.
receive it?
Mark?
Mark, did you get it?
Nope. Let me check again here.
I received everything we got and I'm just waiting.
Tell me when you guys are ready.
I'm good.
Steve, you're good too?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Board of Review.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, we are open for presentations. The board has set a limit of 5 minutes per presentation by the petitioners. So if you would use that time to supply us with any facts or pertinent information that you don't have with your petition and that you think would have bearing on our reassessment of the value. Go ahead.
I'm Maria Flores, and I think my major concern is the fact that I have this, my home.
Excuse me, but we're not picking you up. Could you adjust your volume
It's all right.
or get a little closer, one or the other?
Try it again. Maria? Is
Can you
that-
hear me now?
A little better.
Mhm.
Could still come up higher yet if possible.
Sorry about that.
Worries?
All right, that should be better.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you very much.
All right, sorry about
Okay,
Go ahead.
you're welcome. What my major reason I'm protesting this is because I had my home appraised in on September 15th, 2020, and it came through as $360,000. I don't know if you need to see this.
360,000, you said?
Correct.
Well, I think we can, I don't know, does the staff want that in file, or if they can send it?
Yeah, if you can send it to us or email it, if you have a, if you have an email, or if you can take a photo and email it to us.
Okay, we'll do that right now.
Okay, you can proceed with your presentation, and we'll take that afterwards. So.
That's all.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say, just because it was so appraised recently that I feel that what you have it at is too high.
Sure. Well, you understand that because of the number of sales and some of the prices that have been obtained on South Lake Street, it is affecting values throughout the neighborhood. But we definitely will consider the assessment or the appraisal as a part of our review.
Okay, I really appreciate that. And then how soon would I be able to hear back from you?
Once we make our decision, it will probably be later today. You're notified in writing within 30 days.
Okay.
I just sent the copy of that to Amanda. Hopefully she can see it.
I see it. Thank you.
All right, and if it's not clear enough, just let us know, and I'll follow up with a better copy.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other information you'd like to let us make us aware of?
No, except I'm a single, whatever, property owner, and I would appreciate what you could do for me.
Sure. Well, you do realize it's not going to change your taxable value.
I know. I
Looks
thought
like
I
you-
put my 2 cents worth in. I've got 5 minutes.
It does look like you've been in the home a long time to have such a disparity between the two.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Okay.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Well, that was it.
Look, I didn't get rid of any of us.
Where are you going to send that on to? We can just go by the number if it matches what they sent.
Yeah.
I don't really need a copy of it here, so.
No, it says 360.
Yeah,
And it was done September 15th, 2020.
thank you. And could you give us their 2020 SEV and taxable?
Yep, I'll share my screen with you as well. Here's the property. 2020 was 158,800.
158?
Yep, 800. And the taxable was 64,187.
Thank you. Didn't take a big jump. I guess I will ask if you got more than just a cover page on that appraisal, if you can just kind of fan through it and see if it looks like a complete appraisal. It's not just a cursory.
I only got the front page.
Okay.
And the purpose of this appraisal is to develop an opinion of the market value of the subject property as improved.
Okay. Market study rather than an appraisal, but.
Who did the appraisal, Amanda?
Appraisal Associates.
Okay, this is another one that really is, it's right out on the edge of the roadway.
Oh yeah.
And I think it backs up pretty tight to the hill. There might be a little bit of a backyard, but not much. Yeah, okay, that
This is the back. Yeah.
looks like about a 3-foot backyard on the one, that first photo.
Nice house though.
Oh, looks like you get a very good view of the lake from just about anywhere in the house.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking.
But is it worth 360 or 416 or 417?
Yeah, that is the question, huh?
It is definitely quite a bit older than all the rebuilt large ones down there. It's closer to that age. But okay, it looks like it had been around that 360 for quite a while. Then it dropped last year and then jumped way back past that this year. So. I don't know. Did you want to look at any of the others down there again? When you fan through them like that, I can't really see it. Hard enough to see the screen as it is with this.
Oh, I was just looking to see if I could see anything that looked interesting, but is there a specific one you want to look at?
I'm trying to think. I can't think of another one down there that really is very comparable to this one. I mean, they're either very old ones with, you know, the old 2-story style from probably from the 1920s, 30s or so, I think, maybe 40s, and or they're the brand new rebuilds where they've torn the other ones down. This one, what, probably dates from the early 60s, late 50s.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking to see if there was one within a close vicinity that was similar, you know, this one. That one's pretty big. That one's too small. This one might be. Hard to find a comparable. This one similar, a little bit smaller, but that one's at 310.
Can't think of what exactly where it is, but there's another older, I'm sure it'd be older than the one we're looking at. It's brown, but it's right out on the edge of the roadway too. It's further south. but I can't think of what the address would be. Probably 10 something. It doesn't narrow it down very much.
Come on, Steve.
It's a lot. Well, I think that one's had a total rebuild too, but it's a
Which
very
brown?
dark brown shingle one is one I'm trying to think of.
Mm.
I think you're getting too far south now, so it's
You think it's more in the 900 block instead?
could be. Well, what was that blue one that we just had? That was that the apartment building or what? What you just had up there?
Rasmussen.
That one, not that dissimilar, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know size wise or anything, but
a little smaller. Hey?
that's on for 200,000.
Yep.
Go about two doors south of this one. There, that's probably the one I was thinking of.
This one's a duplex.
Is it?
That one for 103.
This one's at 206.
Well, yeah, if those are in the 200s, I guess I don't really think hers is worth 400 or 417.
Yeah. What would you think of maybe kind of meeting there in the middle a little bit and staying, like an assessed value of 190,000?
Sure.
Sounds fair to you, Steve?
Can we look at the grounds again just to see? I mean, a lot of the cases here, the biggest value on these are in the land and whether they can actually turn them into McMansions or something down there. And if we could get some more another look at the pictures of the land, I guess we'll see if there's enough room.
Definitely, I think a factor too is, you're right across from the lake. That's
Yeah.
pretty nice too.
I'm sorry, did somebody need me to do something?
Yeah, we were
I'm doing something else.
sorry, asking to see the photos of the Flores property again, one more time.
Okay, I'm just responding to another petition.
Sorry. The yard photos, if we could, just. Yeah, I guess I could envision somebody basically using this frame and totally upgrading it too.
Mhm.
So I'll go with the 380.
Okay. I will make a motion for that amount then.
Okay, to change the assessed value to $190,000
Mm-hmm.
on parcel 0010060. Moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0, and that's based primarily on market conditions.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna step away for a second. We just got another petition. I'll get it scanned over to you.
Hey, Amanda,
Mhm.
will you look at the last one that we just did, 0010060?
Mhm.
Make sure it's changed in on the 2021 screen. I just got a notice that said I've been timed out. I just want to make sure it took.
Yep, looks good. Reason for change, everything, market conditions. 190 looks good.
Okay, thanks.
Those are for me. You can give them to me if you want.
Do you have any of the information we could be filling in here yet while we're waiting?
Sure. So it's going to be petition number 93, parcel number 9671921. It's 907 North 3rd Street. It's the Cafe Alenador. Personal property. They've never filed a 5076, so they now are filing their late 5076 form to be exempt from filing.
Cafe, what was it?
Allenator. So ALLENATORE.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, on its way.
Okay, I'll ask the staff to look it over first to make sure it looks complete as you need it.
It is.
Okay. Then, Mark, you want to proceed with a motion?
Yep, just one moment here. Yep, I will go ahead and make a motion to accept the late filing.
Moved, and I'll second to accept the late filing for small business exemption on personal property. Parcel 9671921. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 2-0. The assessed and taxable values are set at 0 for 2021. Where is this 907 North Third? But I can't picture what building.
It's on the west side. Red. I'll share my screen so you can see it.
Same block as the laundromat? No, it should be
I
north.
don't think so.
Actually, it should be north of that.
So it's this building right there.
Okay, where the drain commissioner used to have his map store, I guess. Can't think of his name right now either, but it's a lot of coffee shops on 3rd Street.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that one makes its own kombucha or something like that.
That's the one. Well, there's one next to Wallstrom's art gallery or whatever you want to call it there that does that. don't think that's that one.
We don't have to just stare at each other from 6 to 9.
You can, you can, you can turn your video off.
Well, I don't care if my video is on, but
You don't want to look at the rest of us. So should we play You're So Vain in the background by Carl Simon?
right. We could play like a card game or something.
Well, there's an idea.
You don't think this is going to be most watched television?
Right. I wonder how many people, I wish we could see how many people were actually watching.
You can on YouTube, but you can see how many people popped in.
I wish it showed us up here in the corner, said 3 people are watching you right now.
Well, for card game, I vote Texas Hold'em.
My game would be inappropriate for TV, so. Oh, we have,
I'm not surprised.
I have someone in the waiting room. I will contact them. You don't have any petitions, do you?
I don't. Maybe that's Mr. Danner.
It is Mr. Danner.
There we go.
So he's talking to us about 66,
He's going to need a new petition.
a new petition.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, because is it that personal property one you're saying?
Yes.
Yes. He was hoping to
Yeah,
address.
That's already been decided on. So if they're coming back in on the same thing, they need a new petition. It's a new item.
Okay, that may have been my misunderstanding. I thought he could still address the board.
He could as public comment, but he can't do it as a protest.
Okay.
So if he wants to protest his value, then he needs to have another petition.
Do you have his email, Christina?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Send him the one from the system that's already partially filled out. So he only has to fill out a little bit of it.
Okay.
I'll send him a message in here.
Okay.
Um,
Amanda, just as a side note, number petition 64 has to have a reason in the board review action added. I printed out the board review list. So that's the only one I've seen so far that doesn't have a board review action in it, 64.
oh, reason for change. I see that in the drop down list.
Okay.
Okay, I'll put that one in there right now.
Yeah, I'm showing 64 was just approval of a veteran's exemption.
Yeah, we have to have a log that shows what the indication is for the change. And so, we went through and took a look at if there's a comment for each and every single one of the 90 some parcels that we've had so far. So that's the only one that we missed. So we just need to add a comment for that so that the log is complete.
Yeah. So on the new petition for Marquette Mountain Resort, should we be showing the 2021 assessed and taxable values at what we already set them at yesterday?
The petition form that gets printed, unfortunately, is hard bedded in the system. It's going to have the estimated numbers in there. But what do you think, Miles, for what we enter in our new petition now? Or in our new paperwork anyway?
Yeah, you would show whatever the current value is. So whatever it was changed to in that decision, you're going to show that as the 2021 value.
Okay, thank you.
I told Christina just in the email to let him know that those numbers are just hard entered in the system and we can't change that. Just so we have proof paperwork that says what that number, why that number was in there.
What is his parcel number?
9650562.
Thanks.
Amanda, I just CC'd you on the email. We'll just wait for a response.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So once this one's done, we'll break from 4 until 6. So we'll come back at 6. So once we get all the paperwork done, what we'll do is we'll print all of the forms that we need to have you sign, and we can either drop them off at your house and then come and pick them up when that person's done, or we can mail them. What do you prefer?
There's going to be quite a bit. I guess I have no problem if you want to drop them off, or I can pick them up, whichever.
Yeah, same here. Whatever works for you guys.
Okay. All right.
Dropping off is probably the quickest and easiest.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Before we break for the night, maybe you can show one of them up on the screen or whatever, and we can go over exactly where we have to sign an initial and whatever. So we do it right the first time.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Right, because we can pull up a petition form together. You know, the second page of that. Like what one looks like.
I've been trying to fill them in, print those copies of that page and fill them in and attach them to the log sheets here as we go.
We'll have it all.
I know mine are just
Oh.
scribbled ones. They're not the official
Ah.
ones.
Can you see that?
Magic.
Oh, look at it. It's like it just made me despair. Peekaboo. But we'll have it all filled out for you with like the reason for protest and the checkbox if it was approved or denied, and the values will be written in there. You'll just have to chairperson check the box and initial, and then mark checkbox and initial.
Okay.
On these ones.
In some cases, it's just under assessed value, and in some cases, it'll be under both.
Yep.
We had a couple of classification ones, I think, and
Exempt, yeah.
Right. Yep. And then on the 4037 forms, which are the totals after the board of review is done, we're going to verify everything tomorrow. We're going to go through every single petition, every single action, and make sure that all the information has been entered correctly, and we have all of the forms printed correctly. And then I'll run the totals after the board review, and so we'll put those on top of the stack for you. And that's just the board review members sign those, showing all 3 rolls. So you'll have the ad valorem roll, you'll have the personal property roll, and then you'll have the special acts roll with the after the board review totals. But I'll put a little cover sheet in there too to let you know, what's going on.
okay, thank you.
That's usually the hour or so that we had to wait, until midnight or so while I ran all those totals in the past. So you won't have to do that this time.
We all get to go to sleep and you have to stay up.
So Mr. Danner got the petition. He says he'll get it to us shortly. I'm not sure.
You want to ask him if he can come back at 6?
I'll try that. Okay.
It's probably on Wisconsin time too, right?
Oh,
It's hard to say.
I remember the owner was from Wisconsin. I don't know if he's an owner or manager or what.
yeah, if he wants to come back at, yeah, just make sure we tell him it's Eastern time, 6 o'clock Eastern time. He can be the first one.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll see what he says.
Okay. It's going to be interesting to see if the system will take this new petition number.
What do you mean?
Same tax code number.
Mm,
Oh, we had that problem last time.
Yeah, I just tried to add one
mhm.
and I had to discard the changes because when I clicked out of it, it reverted it back to the original assessment. So
Mhm.
we'll
Well,
see how it goes. We might have to do a manual entry.
We had that last time, remember, and we inserted papers explaining why we were missing a petition number because one of them is going to disappear or not exist.
Yeah. Might have to be a hand entry on the board of review.
You are. Oh, is that the county? Yep. Oh, good question. That's okay. Gotta like Google on that. Okay, so she's over equalization. 225. 840. You're welcome. That's okay. Thanks.
okay, no response from him.
Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to put up a sign that says we'll be back at 6? Or
Want me to
I got it.
message him in here too?
Yeah, I just got a voicemail. Let me check that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
we can't hear him plead his case, so to speak, until you have that petition. Hey. Okay.
Okay, he just responded. 6 is fine. He is central.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, we will adjourn recess till 6 p.m. then. See you back then.
See you then.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, I believe it's 6 o'clock, so we will call a meeting back to order. And do we have the representative from Marquette Mountain? Do we have his new petition yet?
I just emailed that out.
Okay.
So just refresh.
Give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, I have it now. And it just asks that we restore it back to the 67,000.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still coming on to a direct presentation?
There's nobody in the waiting room right now.
I think his form is off. So the assessed value is 67,000. He stated that the true cash value is 67,000.
Yeah.
So that would be that's half. I mean, you would divide that by 2, but yet he has the tentative taxable value at 67,000.
It is a very confusing form.
A lot of people have an issue with that. They do it wrong.
Well, when the box on either side is at 50% and the one you fill in the middle is at 100%,
That is kind of tricky.
Mm-hmm.
To us who live it, it's not tricky. But
Yeah.
Oh, all assessors are tricky, aren't they? Well, I don't know if we want to give him a little bit more time to connect, or if we want to just process this, or is there anything else we need to go over if we delay discussion of this for 10 minutes?
I have nothing.
Yeah, I don't think we have anybody in the waiting room, do we, Amanda?
Okay, I just sent him an email letting him know that we're back in session. So we'll see if he skedaddles.
Well, we still have to use his actual backup filing materials to make our decision, right? And the numbers that he submitted on that indicate that the $800,000 is the correct one.
Mm-hmm.
So until he actually files a revised form with you, there isn't a whole lot we can do to change it back from this petition. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's whatever he, whatever the latest filing is what it's based on. So that's my suggestion, is to base it upon the filing.
He's in the waiting room now. I guess we can just ask him why he put those numbers in those boxes. Right. Yeah. Should we let him in?
Yes, please. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
To the Board of Review.
Oh,
We generally have a policy in place here that will allow 5 minutes for you to present whatever evidence you want to for us to consider along with your petition. But we do want to first, before that starts, get a little clarification from you. The latest petition you filed, and I realize the form is somewhat confusing, but it asks for what you feel is the true cash value of the personal property. You indicated on there 67,000. It's a bit confusing because the box just before that lists your assessed value for that material, and the one right after it lists the taxable value. Those are really considered to be 50% of true cash value.
I was just using the assessed value from the prior owner.
Okay, so but assessed value is half of true
Fair market value. Okay.
Okay.
So it should be 140-ish,
134 here.
134.
Okay, so if you'd like to give us some information that you'd like to have us consider.
Well, I mean, I only filed the petition because it's our first year in Marquette and actually doing the Michigan return for Marquette for personal property. And we filed it late because we're used to March 1 or later. So we're not used to such an early filing date. So we filed it before March 1, but it was late. So I talked to Christina. Do I have that right?
Mhm. Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you. And she said in order for it to be filed, considered to be filed on time, I would have to file a petition with the review board, and then it would be considered filed on time. And then I was able to get my assessment in the mail along with my real estate tax bills for Marquette Township. And I said, I like this number better than what I'm filling out on a personal property tax return, and said, I want that back. So
Well,
that's kind of where,
understandable, but your personal property tax return is based on the whole filing that you or your accountant or whomever submitted to our office with the list of all of the investments that you've made in the property.
yeah, well, it actually ends up being from a, excuse me, from a purchase allocation on an asset purchase. So, you know how that goes. I mean, everybody can say what it is or what it should be. So that is prepared off of our books, off of the actually fixed asset schedules. But, you know, we could debate what a chairlift's worth, and as opposed as to what we booked it at as part of the purchase price. And we could probably talk about that for a couple hours. So, I mean, I don't know the right way to go about this to get it to where it's fair and equitable for all parties.
Well, one question we had was whether all of the items listed as personal property on your filing were all new. They all showed to be expenditures for the latest tax year, and it seems like some of that might have already been in there earlier and depreciated, and that's not the way it was shown on the submittal.
No, it wouldn't have been depreciated because the transaction happened on February 12th of 2020. So it's based off of an acquisition of allocation of assets, not necessarily on, we went and bought a bunch of new assets. It's the old chairlifts that are sitting on the hill. It's the, you know, there's 3 of them. There's the old groomers that run around the hill and groom the snow. I mean, there's 2 of them, 3 of them. So it's based off of those type of assets. And as you know, as well it should be. I'm looking at them right now. So there's a few things that are real estate related. The groomers are, you know, those groomers, probably $500,000 for 3 of them. You know, snowmobiles aren't worth much. I don't know if those are taxable or not, or they're considered a vehicle. You know, ski rental equipment, you know, chairlifts we have on there at 560,000. I mean, I'd debate that whether they're worth that. And then snow guns, probably got about 400 grand in snow guns to make snow. And, you know, according to the law, I would say that that's all personal property. It's not attached to the real estate. And now the debate comes of what's the fair market value of those. We reported it on book value in good faith, but it's kind of a high number. You know, I don't know the right answer.
Well, I guess
If you go from 140,000 to 2 million, that's an awful big jump.
I definitely understand that. And I guess I'll have to refer to our staff, our assessors, to determine how they take your numbers and come up with the final valuation, because it is all based on the numbers you submit, not a lot of numbers that we come up with, as I understand it. And it's a self-reporting system in Michigan, and obviously we want you to be honest with it, and there is an opportunity to audit it where we don't feel honesty is involved, but it is a self-reporting system, and the taxes are based on what you say you've invested in the hill. So
Yeah.
is there anything else?
Well, I mean, if that was the case, and it's not based on books and records and fixed asset schedules, then I would be in the position to say, I want to amend this return.
You have the right to do that. You can file an amended return with our assessing office. They will review that and I believe forward it on to the State Tax Commission. It was the commission, right, Miles, that you forwarded to?
Right. Since he's filed a form with us, anyone can file an amended form, and we'll do what's called 211-154, and we'll request your all of your accounting records, and we'll take a look at those, and then either we'll concur or we won't concur, and then it'll go to the State Tax Commission for their review. But I would suggest to you that you would provide us with your depreciation schedules for the IRS that you're using for your book value.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. Who should I have it right here. Who do you want me to email it to?
You can email it to Christina. You have her email already, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So then we'll take a look at that, and then we'll get in contact with you after that to see where we should go on this 211-154 form.
Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, Eric wants to be a productive member of the Marquette community, but he doesn't want to pay everybody's taxes either.
Yeah, we understand, and we appreciate the investment in the hill, but like I say, we've got to base it on numbers that you submit to us, and
well, we want to try to base it on what's fair and equitable as to a fair market value, as opposed to a book value, and that's the discussion. We presented it on a book value basis. You're telling me I could do it on a fair market value basis and kind of come up with my numbers and If I wasn't right or you didn't believe me, then you could audit me. But at the end of the day, everybody kind of makes it up, and if you like it, you let it go.
No, that's not how it works.
Okay, well, it kind of
It's
sounded
just-
like that.
It's,
Well,
yeah, it's,
obviously, the previous owner must have been doing that, because how can you go from 2 million, from 140,000 to 2 million? I mean, something don't make sense there. I mean,
yeah, I guess a good parallel for me is to say, with like your IRS taxes, you don't just make up whatever you decide that you're going to, if you make $1 million, you don't report that you made $200,000.
No,
It's the
I
same thing
agree.
here. You have to report. Yeah, there are procedures that are followed throughout the state of Michigan that are uniform in their application. So I guess, like I said, the first good step is for you to provide us with those IRS depreciation schedules. We'll take a look at those, and then we'll follow up with the 211-154 petition to the State Tax Commission.
Okay, I mean, again, we want to be fair and equitable to both parties. I'm not implying that somehow everybody just makes up numbers on their own. But this is this one makes my head shake a little bit, because if we're looking at it as an honest taxpayer and from a depreciation schedule viewpoint of a value, and we're over $2 million, and the previously amount assessed was 140,000, I would have been a lot better off just to play dumb and not file a return at all and take your assessment.
Well, the problem with that logic is that we do audits of personal property just like the IRS does audits of income tax.
Yeah.
And if we find that when we do that, when we audit, we can go back for 3 years and revise the assessments to where they should have been. So,
you mean that if you gave me the assessment that I got in the mail of 140,000 and I didn't file a return, and you approved it at the Board of Review because you're approving all the assessments, then you'd have a right to go change that?
Correct. Yeah, we were required to do audits of personal property, just like we're required to do inspections of real property. We're required to do audits. So we audit certain percentages of the personal property, and then if we find that there's been inaccuracies, we petition the State Tax Commission to revise those. Obviously, the property owner has the right to appear and protest that. It isn't just a one-way street. It's both parties have the opportunity to be heard, and then you can also appeal that to the Michigan Tax Tribunal if you don't agree with what the State Tax Commission did.
Okay. I'm sending this to Christina, so I'm going to email it to her now.
Okay.
I probably think it's in all of our best interest here to try to get through this thing and come up with what's fair now, so we don't have to fight about it again next year, and try to come up with a fair and equitable way of assessing this property.
Correct, but we've already acted on the numbers you sent in earlier and from your earlier petition, and we have we have installed 892,000 or whatever it was as the values now. The way to correct that's going to be to submit your revised materials to the assessor and go through this other process. It's not really something we can void at this point and go back and put this one back in here as a board of review at this point. We've kind of bypassed that point when we acted on your earlier petition. So, and you're right in that, maybe the value that was on there by the previous owner was very understated. That may very well be, but he had owned the property for several decades. I recall at the time that, the sale took place that some of the headlines were that, okay, now there's going to finally be some investment in the hill because it hasn't had major investment in a long time. So what he did have out there on his books could have been, very heavily depreciated as well. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I understand. I mean, is it based on depreciated book value, or is it based on fair market value?
It's based upon the assessment is based upon the fair market value of all the property, no matter how it's classed. And by classed, I mean it could be machinery and equipment, furniture and fixtures, coin operated. It could be electronics. So there's a number of different categories that personal property falls into. And then that's multiplied by 50% to arrive at an assessed value. So, you could have to give you just an example, you could have a $10 million racehorse that has a fair market value of $10 million. You could have a computer that has a purchase price of $1 million, but it's 5 years old and now it's worth $500,000. So it all depends upon the asset, what class it falls into, and how the market value of that property is.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're trying to do it the right way, so
Sure.
That's all we can do. And as any business person, we're going to negotiate to the best possible solution we can get that's fair for all parties. So it's on its way to Christina. So
Okay.
let me know where we go from there, I guess. I mean, that's.
Yeah, the next step will be for you to file an amended personal property statement as to where you think you want to report those assets in the right category, number one. So is it machinery and equipment, furniture, fixtures, rentals? You want to look over that form very, very well. You may want to, have a CPA or an accountant prepare the form, and then send that form into us. Make sure it says amended on the form, so that when the State Tax Commission gets it, along with our review, that we know that it's an amended form.
Well,
And then send that into us, and then that'll start the process.
let's not jump to whether we're going to amend or not. Let's talk about how you do it and what you look at from our fixed asset schedules. I happen to be a CPA too, so that'll help us a little bit get through this. So let's try to get to where we need to be. I would rather not have to, if it's right, I'm not going to amend it. It is what it is.
Mhm.
But let's get to the point where we understand what's right.
If I could interject,
Sure.
I'm not sure where the 5-minute presentation time limit ended. There's a lot of back and forth with us and with Jamie, so I'm not sure where we are on that. Just want to get that out there. Okay.
It seemed like we were asking him a lot of questions to start with.
Yeah, so I didn't really start the time on it. So I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I don't think I have any more questions other than take a look at the fixed assets that were filed, and let's talk about it. A lot of it is machinery and equipment. There isn't much furniture and fixtures. I mean, a bunch of picnic tables in the ballet, or ain't worth anything. So it's all in the equipment. It's either ski equipment or equipment to run the hill. So, and yes, there was he did substantially invest in the hill. You'll see that when you look at the schedules.
I guess at this point, I would like to point out that, as I did a little earlier, that according to state law now and the regulations, as I understand it, that apply to the board of review, we can't really go back and, work out something here when we've got your other filing. That's what we had to base the decision that we voted on with that petition. And in order to correct that in any way, you're going to have to follow the procedure that Mr. Anderson laid out, where you go through and work with our staff and file the amended form. It's really kind of spelled out in the regulations and the law that's the way you have to fix it at this point. It's not something we can do this evening.
No, I understand that. I mean, you've got my schedule. Let's sit down and talk about it, work through it, and see if we need to amend or not. I mean, that's where we need to go. So we're all professional. Let's we'll do our jobs and see what we get.
Okay.
Where's that?
And I have received the email, and I have forwarded along to everyone.
So if you can do that with the staff at a later date, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, so in parting, I'll assume that Christina, you'll set that up for some kind of a schedule for have a meeting and review it and kind of see where we're at and whether we need to do an amendment or not, or if we're all in good shape.
We'll let you know.
Okay, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have petition number 94 that we have to act on.
I guess it's kind of denied by reason that he needs to file an amended tax form.
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah.
And I'll make such a motion.
Okay, been moved. I'll second to deny the petition to change the assessed value from 190 or 893,002 to 67,000.
Unfortunately, those values are hard coded on that form. So just in case that causes confusion.
Yeah. For parcel 9650562, and all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0.
Hey, Amanda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so before I enter these, I'd like you to print a Board of Review action form showing the first Board of Review action that was taken yesterday. Okay, you know, are you following me?
What form exactly will that be?
Okay, that is the
I have to meet somebody outside to sign a form.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify the reason for the denial that I could fill in.
Owner has to file an amended personal property statement.
Thank you.
Okay, give us a couple of minutes here to take care of the paperwork on this one.
Okay, that's good.
We really don't have anything to jump into anyway, so.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna be in charge of scanning this one. Yeah, we can do that while I do whatever. Okay, what do you need me to print?
Just stand by a minute. I think I'll do it and just send it to you.
Okay, that's better. I like that.
And as luck would have it, my computer is locked up, so I'm waiting for it to respond.
Well, that's super. our next person is in the waiting room.
Yeah, well, I just have to wait a minute or two.
Yep, just letting you know. And
Okay.
Christina's getting the paperwork ready
Okay.
to send to you guys.
Perfect.
Okay, I will send you a bunch of stuff in a little while on the last parcel, so we can go to 95.
Okay. 95, Christina is getting that ready to email to you, but I can give you the heads up here. It's for Todd Devonshire of 446 Rock Street. Parcel number 0120310. The 2021 assessed value 84,600, and that's the same for the taxable value as well, 84,600.
Do you have the 2020?
2020 was 80,000 for the assessed and 76,628. He purchased it in 2020 for $120,000.
Thank you.
Are you ready for me to let him in?
Waiting for her to get the petition to us. Just a minute.
I heard a ding on mine. Okay, I got mine.
All right. I got it just now here.
Got it?
Okay, you can go ahead and let him in.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Devonshire. Welcome to the Board of Review. We're just getting your documents emailed to us here right now, looking that over. We have a procedure in place for you to, you're allowed 5 minutes to present any additional information to us or highlight any of the things that you submitted that you think would be of benefit to us in reevaluating your assessment. So if you'd like to start with that.
The main thing is just the appraisal that I had. I purchased a house at, you probably can see at the beginning of 2020. And I bought it at arm's length deal. The market valued it at $120,000. And I was taxed significantly higher than that value. And I was just kind of curious why. And also, I don't want it taxed at that value because the market doesn't believe it's worth that value.
Okay, well, the appraisal will certainly help us with a review of it. Did you do understand that it isn't based strictly on the value of your purchase alone that determines it? It's all of the other purchases in town and in the neighborhood that have an effect on it.
I do understand that to a point, but that value shows it is worth less than other houses in the neighborhood, or it would be purchased for a considerable amount less than the other houses. And the house was for sale for a handful of months before it was purchased, where every house now seems to be purchased almost the second it's being put on the market. So I do believe the value of that house is in the $120,000 ballpark range. And I believe the taxable value probably is a hair above that, not 84,000, was it 84,600? I believe that's significantly high for that piece of property.
Yes, well, so we will reevaluate it based on the information in the appraisal. We'll also review all the information on your record card here and see what brought it up to that 84.6, and see if we can't justify something equal to or closer to the appraised amount.
Because last year it was taxed, I believe, around 75 something the value, and I went
It was at 80,000, which sets a market value of 160,000 on it last year too. So
yeah, that house obviously sold for, was that a 20% discount to that value, which I don't assume many houses in town are doing that.
Yeah.
But that's basically all the proof I have is the third party appraisal.
Okay, well,
All
those
right.
are quite valuable to us. So thank you for submitting that.
And I did submit it last year, so that was a little bit of a concern why it was not taken into consideration so much.
Let's see. Did you appear before the Board of Review last year?
Yep.
Okay. Well,
when we actually could meet in person, the good old days.
Yeah, it was a lot easier, I'll tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you have anything else you want to convey then, or?
No, I know you guys don't have an easy job, but that's my opinion on it. I feel I have some proof to back it up and do what you need to do.
Okay, well, Mark, do you have any questions for him?
Nothing in particular here. I'm still looking over this appraisal here that we got.
I mean, I'm more than happy if the city will pay for a remodel of my house and then pay that taxed value. I'll do that as a deal.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work that way either, but It occurs to me that I probably should have been asking this of everybody that appeared before us this session, but we do have 3 open slots on the Board of Review that we've been having trouble filling too. So if you'd like to join us, the city manager's office has applications.
Can I vote on this one?
Not quite, no. Okay, well, if there's nothing else this evening, we appreciate you joining us, and we'll take this up a little later, and you will be notified of our decision within 30 days by mail. So
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's time.
thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye.
I've received your emails, Miles.
Yeah, good.
Oh, this is
Well, it does have the full appraisal, but it is dated December of 19. So
I'll share my screen with you so you can see the property.
Amanda, can you click that middle box to see if it gets bigger on your actual screen on the BSNA screen?
Middle box.
Yeah, upper right hand side, the middle box, there's an X and then there's a box and then there's a negative. I'm just wondering if when you see how when you're sharing your screen, it doesn't fill up the whole screen.
I think we may have to adjust our view options and get rid of our little pics of us.
Because on my screen, Miles, it takes up the entire screen.
mine as well.
Yours as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. It's just my setting then. All right.
it's
As
still just
usual.
really fine print, even when it does.
As usual, disregard everything I just said.
User error.
Some of us don't have 32-inch screens. Could you bring up the pictures, please?
Sure. If you want me to click on one, make it bigger, let me know.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's in that bad a shape.
No.
We were just
I realize it's hidden under a lot of vinyl siding, and it's still probably a 1900 era house, but it actually looks pretty nice.
Looks like kind of a steal for 120.
1910. It was built.
Model 55. Okay.
Looks pretty large too.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking.
See what the
24, 22 total floor area.
Whoa.
Bigger than my house.
A lot bigger than my house that I paid. Yeah. I don't know. 120. Hey.
Is there a list of negatives on this appraisal that?
Yeah, that's what I should ask.
Gotta blow that up really big to see it too. So. Oh, is this a duplex too, or is this?
It's a duplex.
It is a duplex. Okay. Where it says, are there any physical deficiencies or adverse conditions that affect the liability, soundness, and structural integrity of the property? It says no. So.
It looks like the assessed value has been going up pretty steadily over the last decade there. Well, I always kind of hate to outright deny someone, but that I don't see for the size of that house and what the condition looks like.
227 West Michigan was one of the comparables and it's probably the closest, well, it's probably the closest in value that the comparables. Could you show us the card for that one? 227 West Michigan.
If you look at the the first page of the URAR form, that 1004, just down from maybe in the subject area, you'll see that the MLS listing, it was listed on 9/19 for 168,500. And then it was currently listed when the appraiser did the appraiser at 132,500, and it had been on the market for 91 days. So it was listed for 132.5. Also, it was vacant.
Yeah, vacant. But if I recall, last year houses were generally averaging about 90 days on the market, weren't they?
Yeah, I'm just saying that, you know, it was listed at 168.5 and then they dropped it for some reason to 132.5 per the appraisal.
Yeah. 77. So this one isn't quite as high. Could you bring up the pictures on this one? Yeah. Looks like definitely in worse shape.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. The siding's kind of beat up there in the back.
Yeah, it looks like it probably has some drainage problems. A lot of roof area coming down on concrete that doesn't drain anywhere. Tar paper shingles that are all worn out, all broken up. Crumbling sandstone foundation, basement walls. Old painted metal roof. Yeah, if this one's worth 120, the other one's worth about 20,000, at least more than this. So. I don't think we can go with his appraised number. It's got to be more than that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
I think it comes down to he got a deal, unless there's something, you know, significantly wrong with the house that we can't see. One of the things is with those concrete block garages like that were added, it's pretty common for the blocks to start shifting and breaking apart and crumbling. And are there some good views of that we can look at close or not? There's a little bit of that, it looks like.
house itself looks like it's in pretty good shape, though.
Yeah, the house does. Like I say, it's got a lot of wrapping paper on it. That looks good. The driveway is kind of broken up, and like I say, the garage is starting to deteriorate some, but those front porch walls show a little bit of deterioration too. But overall, it looks like a nice house. Chimney's been rebuilt.
Oh, yeah.
All new windows. partially enclosed front porch.
A lot of floor space.
Yeah. Actually, it's actually 3 stories
Yeah.
and presumably a basement besides. So
Got a good deal, I think.
yeah, I know he's back for a second time, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't think he's making his case as well as the pictures do in the.
Yeah, without him pointing out some sort of, a major deficiency or some kind of problem.
On a 111-year-old house, I'd be able to give him a little bit, but not much.
Oh. Like maybe 150, do you think? Sounds more reasonable?
Well, even that sounds a little bit low, but
Yeah.
how about going back to where it was previous year at 160? Or, well, 155. How's 155 hit you?
I like 155.
Okay, which is 77, 250, right?
77, 250. Yeah.
It's getting too late for my head to work, calculator work to work very good, but
77,500.
77,500. Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
If you did 155, right? That's what you were saying?
Yep.
Yeah. And that actually does lower his taxable then too, so.
What do you want to call it? Property conditions or market conditions?
Let's say market conditions.
Based on the fact that they did have to lower the values to sell it and that it sat for a while, yeah. So, did you make a motion?
Yeah. Yes. I'll make that motion.
And I will second that to change the assessed and taxable values on parcel 0120310 at 446 Rock Street to $77,500 each. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 2-0. I don't know, maybe we shouldn't have given him a break, then maybe he would have filed an application.
Maybe now he will because you made him happy.
You had any other petitions coming in then?
I see nobody.
Yep, negative.
It's good because I'm almost out of recording forms. Got room for 4 more petitions.
Hmm.
Hey, Amanda,
Mhm.
run a board of review log and see if that personal property parcel shows up twice. I'll tell you which one to run here. So if you go under the reports, it's the March Board of Review log, not STC required,
Okay, got it.
and run that and then see if that parcel shows up twice.
All records ad valorem and special acts.
Yes.
Sorry, did I miss anything there?
So much. It's 20% done.
Yeah, I run them and it takes 25 minutes. So I figured if you ran it, it'd take 5 minutes. You'll have to do a search on it because they're not in numerical order.
And so we're looking to see if the Marquette Mountain is on there twice.
Correct. So long as we have some time here, do you think it would help you, the board members, if we ran next year a neighborhood by neighborhood. So we say, I'm just going to pick numbers out of the sky. So let's just say we have 20 neighborhoods in the city. If we gave you typical sales prices over a 2-year time period on a per square foot basis, based upon, say, 1-story or 2-story homes, do you think that would help you? Or do you think that would make it more difficult for you? Or is there a way that we could maybe provide you with more information so that you can see what's happening in the neighborhoods sales wise? Or do you think it would be, would it be just like burdensome if we ran a sales report for you showing the pictures? We can do that by neighborhood. That might be something that would be, like in this case, you'd have 550 sales. So it's going to be a pretty big document, but you could look through there. Or, are you looking for visuals or non-visuals, or would it be simply just to have a chart to say, look, the east side homes are typically selling for $125.90 a square foot. So something to think about.
Yeah, that would be helpful. At least some kind of chart like that, like you said.
Yeah, I kind of like visuals in a lot of cases because I may be able to picture the house, but not what kind of condition it's in. And some of the houses around town do have a tendency to deteriorate pretty rapidly, especially if they're turned into rentals for a while or something. And others, get fixed up pretty nice, and you think, okay, well, yeah, the houses in that area are 120, 150 years old, and yet you happen to be dealing with one that's, been completely gutted and remodeled, and don't realize it. So that's
true.
Visuals help. I don't know if I want to look at 500 pictures of houses.
Yeah.
It would help some, but the other thing is, I don't know that we really want too much information to try to pick from either. It does seem like we end up sometimes picking numbers out of the air. Unfortunately, I hope it doesn't, it isn't wrong to do that, but we're trying to look at the individual case and justify that number. At least I am to myself.
Right.
Maybe not necessarily on what happened all over town, but what would I pay for that property if I wanted to buy it? More so than, what are the other 1,000 people that are looking for houses in Marquette willing to pay? And, right or wrong, I guess that's the easiest way to try to come up with a number, I think. If we get too many charts and too many grids and numbers to look at, it gets a little too hard to interpret, I think. You guys are used to looking at these and picking something out off of the card or the chart and knowing exactly where to find it and what it really represents. And it's pretty hard for me to do it. I don't know about Mark, but
yeah, it's definitely a case by case basis. If somebody makes a case for the condition of their house, or prices in that area, if they make a good enough case, then I guess I kind of base it off that. So
maybe if you wanted to have that file available, and if we are dealing with one in that neighborhood, say South Lake Street, like we were, and we're just kind of paging up and down the street looking, if you had some specific sales for that neighborhood, that you could just open that file and show us those versus randomly going up and down the street picking houses. I think that would probably be helpful.
Okay, so just so I understand.
So by neighborhood, doing what you said, but don't give us the whole file. Just have it available to put up on the screen if we are dealing in that neighborhood and struggling with for some comparables.
Okay. All right, I got it. Keep it simple.
Yes. And if we're just waiting again, I'm not trying to appeal any further, but I just wanted to let you know, you asked if there was something wrong on my card, and I did go back and look at the valuation report in addition to the card that Christina sent me, and I noticed what's listed as a jacuzzi tub it's valued originally at $9,108. I don't have a multi-person jacuzzi spa tub or anything here. I have a bathtub with a couple of jets in it that doesn't really even get used anymore. Back in the 80s, my wife kind of thought that was the in thing and liked it. She's got a blood pressure problem that won't even let her use it anymore. So.
So are you saying that it's not a jacuzzi tub, or that it's overpriced jacuzzi tub, or what?
I guess it would be overpriced. It has a couple of jets in the side of it. There's a small air pump, but it's the regular bathtub stand-up, shower assembly is what it is. There's no seats in it or anything. It's just the regular size bathtub. Kind of like what they sell for seniors these days, that you can walk in. It's got a few jets on the side, but it's a normal size bathtub, and you use it as the shower and everything else. So it's standard tub enclosure. There's no way it's worth the $9,000 or even the $6,600 that's depreciated. It maybe cost more than $100 more than the regular tub when it went in '88.
Yeah, that's why it's so important for people that, when we do when the girls go out and do their annual canvas, for all these neighborhoods by neighborhoods, that people if we don't get in the place, it's very important for them to look at the assessment card and to, fill that flyer out that you leave on the door.
I've seen the listing as jacuzzi tub, and it's got a couple of jets, so I figured, okay, that's fine. I didn't realize it was on for that kind of value. More than one kind of jacuzzi tub.
Right, and that's why, like I say, it's important for the public to be able to look over their assessment card, and if there is a discrepancy as to what we have, to correct that with us. We give them the opportunity if we don't get in the house. And this year we didn't go in because of COVID. But, if COVID is over by the time that we start the canvassing again, then we'll start to go back in again. And that wasn't the case in the commercial properties. I did go into, the commercial properties, but COVID was going, and we didn't want staff going into people's homes nor did people want us in their home.
I'm sure not.
Well, it looks like your report is done.
Yeah, she didn't hear you. She didn't have her earplugs in first.
Somebody talking to me.
Well, he said it looks like your report is done.
I thought she was getting it off the printer or something.
Yes, my report was done. I only see them here the one time, but I want to.
On that Marquette Mountain entry in the tax roll, I don't have to make a second entry of denied or anything. I've already corrected it to the 893,000. That's what I leave in there, correct? And no other
Well,
notes?
Yeah, you want to put 3/8 2021 on the first entry, and then put a line below that, 3/9/21 denied, so that you show both actions of the Board of Review.
Okay. Not all that much room in there, but I'll try.
Okay.
It only shows up the one time in the report, and it shows up just like last time when we had two, as the last petition you entered for that. So it shows up as the 094.
Okay. So all those pages that I sent then are going to have to be part of the Board of Review log, so that the log is accurate.
Okay. Do you want them just at the end?
Sure, you can put them at the end or at the beginning, wherever
Wherever I
well,
decide.
use your discretion. Yes, you're the boss. So I just have to sign. And then we'll need the first form that I sent is the first change for the Board of Review. So now you'll print out another report for that particular parcel, and then have the Board of Review sign that one as well. So you'll have the petition, the first petition they sign, and the second petition. Following me?
Well, I see the sheet that you want me to sign.
Yeah, I'm saying the actual petition, the petition form where you're going to put the decisions.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you'll have two petition forms.
Yes, we have both of their forms. Christina is holding on to all the originals, and then we'll get all that stuff situated tomorrow and make sure everything's proper before we have them sign.
Okay. I'm going to mute my mic until I have some phone messages I need to listen to make sure it's not anybody who wants to protest, and I'll be back in a minute, okay? So I just forwarded a voice message to you. So if you could listen to that, listen to that tomorrow and then just respond to her tomorrow. Something they have to do tonight.
Got it.
Yep. Well, do you want to take a 5-minute break? Stand up and stretch for a while and just put your sign up there. We'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes.
Sure, we
Oh.
can do that.
Yeah, that'd be
I got my
great.
stretch. I got my
Okay.
break in or my stretching in during our other break. I went for a 2-mile walk.
There you go.
Good for you.
All right. So why don't we do, can you put your sign up for 10 minutes? We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yep, she'll do that.
Okay. Sounds good. See you in 10 minutes.
Oh, geez, we have 3 people in the waiting room.
Really?
Just kidding.
That's mean.
Amanda's kids, they're out there waiting to see her.
Yeah, they were so cute. They didn't want me to leave. They're like, "Do you have to go to work? Can't you ask your boss if you can just stay home?" I'm like, "No, I have to go."
Yeah.
I have a question about Marquette Mountain. Basically, is all of the personal property located within the city of Marquette? I know a big portion of the real property is in Sands or under that 425 agreement with Marquette Township.
That was one of his questions in his email to me too. And no, he sent over some. I said, well, one is definitely Market Township. You got to talk to them. So that's a good question. He had it too.
I don't know exactly where the line is out there with regard to their development, but I know it cuts through a portion of it.
You can
I
pull them
think
up on
that's-
the map.
I had been told before that that was why Pete built a few of the buildings where they were, was that they were over the line, so he could move things over there.
Yeah, the 425 Act does not alter the boundaries of the municipality or the township. They simply take control of that parts of that land for whatever length of time. The 425 agreement is in place 20 years or more, but it doesn't, it isn't an annexation. So it's still going to be shown as City of Marquette. municipal boundary.
On the map.
Yes.
Well, it didn't apply to the city's property, did it? I thought it just applied to the Sands Township property and allowed Marquette Township to recover the taxes and cover it with zoning and such.
Well, I don't know anything about the act, about the specific agreement, the 425 agreement that you're talking about, but I'm just saying, if we pulled up the city's GIS system, 425 agreement does not alter the municipal or the township boundaries. Legally, it just simply transfers control of that, whatever portion of property that is, that's under the 425 Act until that agreement expires. But it doesn't alter the, it isn't a boundary change.
No, but it was an agreement between Sands Township and Marquette Township to transfer control of the property in Sands Township that immediately abutted the city limits as another way of blocking a city annexation of that property from Sands Township.
Yeah, so he should be, whoever the owner is or was, should be only reporting the assets that are physically located within each governmental unit. Except for this year, because of the special act that was passed, which says if your property was typically located in whatever jurisdiction it's in, just because of COVID, it's someplace else, you still report it in the typical place that it was. So just disregarding that part of it, that's how it typically works. Have you got all of the changes marked in the book, Steve?
I do now, yeah. It took quite a while last night to get it all done, but I've been able to keep up on the breaks today to get them all marked in there now, so yes. There's one
we could-
page that's gonna need a little bit of whiteout, and I don't have any whiteout. I marked denied in the wrong parcel. I think I'll double check it and let you know before I return the books, but I think it was on the Rockwood Drive one. I accidentally got in the wrong property before I realized it. I crossed it out, but I see you've made other corrections with whiteout, and I don't have any whiteout. So
Okay.
So you are going to drop off the books then, or do you want us to come and pick them up?
I can drop them off again. There's a lot to carry there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that tomorrow. I've got a call I've got to be here for in the morning. Afternoon I can drop them off.
Okay. As far as you're aware, Amanda and Christina, we didn't have any more EMPPs come in, right?
Haven't seen anything.
Okay. Then I'll run that report tomorrow and get that to the state tomorrow, so they're happy.
So have they decided when you go back to work full time and in your offices yet?
Soon, but they didn't give us a date. Not too many people are happy about it, you know. They've been liking the lifestyle. It's definitely a morale booster.
Yeah. Well, with the 1 day suspension, whatever you call it,
For the furlough day.
furlough days, it actually is a pay booster too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's my last day is Thursday. That's my last furlough day. It's very sad. This will never happen to us again, you know?
No, it won't.
Well,
In our
I guess,
lifetime.
but you should be really thankful. I don't know if it was Christina, if it was you I was telling, or somebody else, but the last time the city did furlough days in the 1980s, it was you were off with no pay and you didn't qualify for any unemployment assistance and whatever. So it was a 20% cut in pay for some. And for one department in particular, they got 2 furlough days a week. So it was 40% cut in pay.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't be able to do that, you know? Be tough.
Yeah.
It was.
Pretty spoiled these days. I have no complaints.
Well, I thought city budgets were big when I was there, but they've gotten a lot bigger yet. So
Yeah.
think back about the time I started, they were only a couple of $1 million for the whole city.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think times have changed a little.
Janitor is here.
We're meeting for till about 9. So I don't know if you want to come back later or just skip us tonight. Okay.
Can I go through?
Yes, you can go through. But the vacuuming may be problematic. Okay. Yeah, no problems.
You just fast as I could.
Okay.
Well, I don't think we're going to be on the most watched television.
Well, I was thinking if we could get 3 more people to fill those other slots, we could do Hollywood Squares or Marquette Squares.
I told my lover, I said, you know, you could watch me on the YouTube tonight. He's like, I think I'll pass. There was no interest.
I think I tried the same thing. He says, I'm not that bored. Yeah.
You
Do
blame
you
him?
know what Hollywood Squares is?
I do.
You do?
Mhm.
Okay.
You've got the Game Show Network.
I used to watch it a lot as a kid. Mhm. Even back then, I used to love the hairdos and stuff to see what they used to be like.
Are we just on live, or is this one of those like the commission ones where they tape it and you can go back and watch some other time too?
You can do both.
Oh, wow.
This is live, and it could be recorded, so you can watch it forever.
Okay, and reruns.
Again, in the bigger jurisdictions, they have up to 3 board of reviews running all at the same time. So just imagine all the people that are being broadcast and all the different protests that are going on when you've got 3 boards all running at the same time.
I'd thought about that, and in urban areas, this must be a lot. They must get a lot of petitions, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, things must be going pretty good here because Marquette, well, I mean, at least before Proposal A, Marquette used to get a lot of petitions too.
Yeah.
It was nothing to find the upstairs of City Hall lined with chairs in the hallway from one end to the other and back down the other side, and occasionally people waiting downstairs.
No kidding.
They didn't schedule appointments. You just picked your place in line and you sat there and waited 3 hours, 4 hours if need be to get in. So
People must-
Miles,
Yes.
I'm going to forward you an email. It's the customs house. I just copied and pasted the legal that we had in the system, but you'll see. We can talk more about it tomorrow since we are on a YouTube video right now. But I'm going to forward you some emails.
All right.
do you know of anybody in the UP that has combined boards of review yet? I see that's now possible for jurisdictions to combine.
I don't know anybody, personally, I don't know anybody who's done it.
Seems like it would get extremely complicated.
Yeah, I think, being individualized and localized, that people have a really good knowledge of all the houses and the businesses. And when you expand that to people or larger geographic areas, it's very difficult to become an expert in a larger area. I know when I was talking with one of the guys that retired recently in Texas, and he said he had 250,000 appeals that he had for their board review. 250,000.
That's why he retired.
Hmm?
That's why he retired.
He was there for 40 years.
250,000. Wow.
Yep.
Miles, do you use Mixie at all for IMing?
Not IMing, no. I just use it for the phone. You want me to use that?
No, I'm just going to send you another email instead.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to take some time for me to look at that.
I assumed, yeah.
Series of emails and see, because there was a survey done, and yeah, so we'll just it's not going to be an instantaneous answer. I'll have to pull. Matter of fact, what would really help, since you guys have the documents, is if Christina, if you could go into that split file and find the parcel that we're looking at here and email me the surveys.
Okay.
Hmm.
Miles, is that something you want me to do tomorrow, or do you need that tonight?
No, you can do it tomorrow. Thanks.
Good, okay. That's what I was planning on doing. Made myself a little note.
I put a little sticky note inside the binder cover of the one that needs, with the parcel number on it, that needs the white out.
What, as long as I'm thinking about it, what was wrong with the binders, Steve? They were popping open, you said?
Not the big ones, the little one that I use for the individual petitions and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So not the big binders with the tax, with the assessment roll in it.
No, they're working pretty fine. As long as I don't try to turn too many pages, they work great. So, but this one, it's popped open on me about 4 times already. So,
Well, I think we can splurge and get you a nice D-ring binder for next year.
and I've taken this stuff out as we go through it, and I'm not printing anywhere near all the stuff you're sending us. Usually just the petition page and the index page, and this is just today's again.
Yeah, we'll get
this
you
is today's and yesterday's, both things. They took out all the earlier stuff, but
D-ring ones are better. So
yeah, again, last night I dropped it on the floor and everything came out. So luckily it stayed in order.
Did the binder size for the assessment roll and the personal property roll, did that work okay, or should we have thicker, deeper binders, or break it up more, or, I mean, what's your opinion?
No, I think it's about right. I don't think I'd want 6 or 7 books in here and or anywhere else, even on the dais in the commission chambers. This works pretty well. Once you realize where the break point is, so that you're not trying to flip it all and get to where you can see the cover every time you want to look, and having the personal property in a separate one works really nice. So I'd say they're about right the way they are.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes, you get those big binders and the hole punch isn't big enough, and so the pages get stuck. But
Yeah.
that's why I was wondering.
Well, I'm able to turn probably ideally you should turn about a half an inch at a time of pages. You start getting much beyond that and it gets difficult, but it's not taken that long to find them. I mean, the tabbing that Christina did for the first meeting, that was great. That helped a lot.
Good.
Obviously, we can't do that as they come in, but it's not that difficult to find them.
Okay.
And even though they've been kind of trickling in, Amanda or Christina must have put some of them in order by tax code number anyway. Seemed like we were going through them in a fairly numbered order with the changes.
We tried.
Thanks.
It's hard when you get 3 days worth of different requests,
Mm-hmm. No, it just gets to where, like you said, right now, to try to make sure I'm capturing things, I'm probably doing more than I need to, but I make sure I fill out this sheet, the index one, and I usually print the petition so that I can write on the back of that the change that we made on that second page. And then I go into the book and make the entry in the book. And even though my notes on my petition pages and stuff are kind of sloppy, I'd be able to check and make sure that, it backs up whatever forms I'm signing or whatever. So.
Yeah, well, typically we just keep getting one after another, and then you have to go back and look at your notes. So that's really good to keep all those notes.
Yeah. Things like the personal property statements that you sent us, though, where we get the whole thing, those really don't help me much. I'm not an accountant, and I can't really go through those and discern much from them. I mean, I look at the bottom line on the back page and get something from that. But I realize, that's all part of the record and it has to be taken into consideration and things. But certainly your general notes that say, okay, it will change it from this current value to this number is really what is meaningful to me anyway. So.
Well, hopefully we never have to do this virtually again, and then we don't have to send you all that paperwork ever.
Well, I will try to send you those, if I've got the reimbursement for those training things, I'll send you the $40 worth of payments so that I can replace my ink cartridge and paper.
They should give the printers away for free because the ink is 4 times as expensive as the printer.
Oh, yeah. Well, my computer started showing I was out of black ink early yesterday. It's still printing, but it's showing that it's out. So. Now, when we get the petitions, the printed ones to sign, and the petitioner has indicated they're protesting just the assessed value, then there will be nothing in the back section on taxable value unless we actually lower the assessed value below the taxable.
I don't think there was anyone that I can remember out of both days that you dealt only with the taxable value. Everybody that came in was only dealing. I mean, there was some where they were checking all the boxes, but you were not dealing with any taxable value disputes. You were only dealing with the assessed
value, though.
Pardon me?
No, I think a couple of them just had assessed value marked. And I don't know if we lowered it. I think there may have been one where we lowered it below the taxable value. So it did affect taxable value.
And that will be on there then.
Yeah, okay. There will be parcels that you lowered the value. Let's say the assessed value was 100 and the taxable was 90. And you change the assessed to 75. Okay, that's going to change the assessed and the taxable. But they weren't protesting the taxable value. They weren't coming to the Board of Review to protest the taxable. So you're just changing you change the assessed value, not the taxable value. So I don't know if you can bring one of those forms up and share your screen.
So that's what I was wondering, because I've been putting notes on all of it, and then I started after the fact thinking, okay, maybe some of this shouldn't be filled in really at this point because they weren't protesting it, or even more so where we voted on adjusting the taxable, or excuse me, we voted on adjusting the assessable value. And they may have had both boxes checked, but we didn't adjust the taxable value. So on some of them, I wrote denied on that. They had requested or protested both of them. We adjusted one. We aren't adjusting the other. So I wrote the adjustment in on the assessed and wrote denied on the other, even though it was all one vote.
We'll have the forms
filled out already.
properly filled out for you. You'll be able to easily see where you have to sign. I think the more I explain it, the more it's like a cat chasing its tail. So
yeah,
there's
just lots of variations, I guess.
Right.
You only have to sign when there was an actual change. If that makes sense.
And is it even though we're voting yay to to deny the petition, do we check the no vote or the yes vote?
It'll be checked denied.
Check denied, but then
Mhm.
it
And then
also-
you just initial it.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's all it asks for is just a checkbox on who voted and then the initials. So. I guess I was remiss though in not asking more of these people to consider volunteering for the board.
Been recruiting.
I mean, it is a great place to ask, really. I know they may not have the right opinion right now, but once they get on here, they might change their view.
I took a picture of all of us and I sent it to Ellen, you know, just because it was kind of funny. And she's like, "Where's Caroline?" Or Carolyn, I should say. Caroline. I said, "She gone."
Then there were two.
And there were two.
She's probably going into withdrawals this year after having done it for so many years.
Mhm. She texted at 8 o'clock, only one more hour.
How long did she do it for?
347 years, and she looks good.
In assessing, she might have been in assessing almost less than 20 years, I want to say, of her career. I'd have to
No, it
ask
wasn't
her.
that long. She was still at Public Works when I left in 2005, I think.
Okay, because I think she just started going in assessing when I got hired in 2015. Oh, I'll ask her if she's responding. I'll say, "How long were you in assessing?"
Hey, don't tell her I said 347 years.
That's the first thing she's gonna say.
Oh, she's probably tuned in and watching us anyway.
Yeah, she has nothing better to do with her time. She could be. She could be.
She's never been that bored.
We'd put her to sleep, I think. She'd fall asleep.
You just start out your text to her. This is the cat's meow.
Oh yeah, we were cracking up yesterday at some stuff. I can tell you a story. I don't care if the other people watching, you know, the three other people watching the YouTube video, but my sister is having a baby and Ellen and I were just always bad with names. We could never remember anyone's name. And so someone would get hired and would forget their name. If it was a woman, we would just call her Daphne. We're like, "I don't know, that's just Daphne." That was the name we would call everyone. Well, my sister's having a baby and she's naming her Daphne. And so I said to Ellen, I said, "You will never guess what my sister's name is naming her baby." I said, "Well, maybe you will guess. Just think really hard." And I told her she was having a girl. She guessed Daphne. We were cracking up, just laugh out loud on texting last night because, like, I told her, I said, "I can't believe, but yet I can believe that you guessed Daphne." It was funny. Don't ask me where my sister got Daphne from. I'm gonna have to ask her.
Maybe she heard you saying it.
Maybe she's like, "Wow, I really like that name."
Maybe she likes Scooby Doo.
That's why everybody's saying Scooby Doo.
Was there somebody in Scooby-Doo named Daphne? Obviously, I don't know anything about the show.
You'll have to watch it, Miles. Yes, the
First of all, I have to get cable in.
You could probably YouTube. You could YouTube it.
Do it. You got internet.
Yeah, I have cable for internet, but no TV.
Same.
responding. So Ellen said she was in assessing for over 20 years.
Hmm.
Oh,
I didn't think she had moved that soon.
Because I've been here 15 years. I didn't think it was that long either. Because she was in finance. So she says it's in between 20 and 21 years. Interesting.
so I wasn't off by much.
I might have said, Miles said 360, which you said 360 something. 360 years, and you still looked good. She didn't say anything to that yet.
Yeah. It's because she's on her way to burn down my house.
She's already in her jammers, I'm sure.
I don't think that's going to stop her from burning down my house.
Well, I have now been retired from City Marquette. Was 15 years on Christmas Day last.
Wow.
Nice. So when I started as a temp, you were still working for the City of Marquette? Because I started in December, like December 10th or something.
Okay.
In 2005.
5.
Yes.
And I retired, but I've still worked for the city every year since then.
Doing something, hey?
Yes.
On some kind of board. When I retire,
Good riddance.
good riddance. Gonzo. I will be somewhere warm.
You know those manuals that you get in your vehicle that go in the glove compartment that have all the vocabulary and all the definitions of dictionary?
Mm-hmm.
I need that with Amanda. Always, every week, there's a new word and all the vocabulary.
I could come up with a dictionary.
Yeah.
But this is what I'll be doing. Retirement. Look at. Can you guys read that? Oh, probably not. It disappears.
Disappears.
Disappears. That says Margaritaville.
That's way down south. I've been there.
Where time doesn't matter. Yep.
I'm going to Cancun in almost 5 weeks from now.
Stop it.
Will they let you back in the country?
I don't know. I have to test negative to get back in. Like, I wouldn't mind being stuck in Cancun, but you'll be stuck in your hotel room. And that wouldn't be very much fun.
Might be better than going back to work.
I know. I'm sure you could order all the room service you wanted, and
I don't know. I think she should just pack a laptop with her and she can still go to work.
okay. That sounds really fun. You know how to have a good time, Steve.
Well, there's got to be some positive to this COVID thing.
like I know some people have had really hard years the last 2 years with COVID and everything, but really it's probably been 2 of my best years. I spent tons of time with family. I didn't lose a job and the government gave us money. So I probably have more money than I've ever had. And, you know, it was a good couple of years. Or solid year, I guess, from now. Last March.
Year ago, yeah.
And truthfully, when you are retired, it isn't all that big a change either. I mean, doing a lot less traveling than what we had planned to, but we weren't really in the habit of traveling before that. Just had some plans to, and they fell through. But it's not like I have to work from home every day or anything like that. So.
I love to travel.
I will say one thing, that the amount of isolation has, or lack of circulation, whatever, has made it more difficult to ask people to consider serving on this board. I keep trying to recruit people, but I don't really have that much contact with very many anymore.
Do you do a coffee clutch with any retirees or anything? Meet at the Big Boy for a cup of coffee?
Nope, never been a coffee drinker anyway, so.
No.
It seems most of the people that I think would make great candidates don't actually live within the city, so.
See, we're just staring at each other's mugs.
But I have got a suggestion for you. If this continues where they can't fill those seats, maybe when you give out a petition to appear before the board, it should also include an application to get on the board.
Right, that's a good idea.
Make it a package deal.
It's the only paying board on the city, and we still can't get people.
Yeah, just think, get paid for $600 worth of their tax money, their taxes that they pay. $600 a year.
Yeah.
If they want to decrease, work for it. That's what we should tell them when they hand in their petitions. Well, we have the option for you. Join our board and we'll save you $600 on your taxes.
Yeah, it isn't really known. I mean, I didn't even know it till after I was on the board and the first check showed up. I'd been on plenty of other boards, and they kept asking the planning board whether we felt we should get paid or not. There was kind of a split opinion on there that I never really felt we needed pay on there. And when I got off of there and onto this one, I didn't really expect that any of them paid. So.
Well, I think most of them, you're there for maybe an hour or two maximum. You're not there you don't have to give up so many days, 4 days, a year and more now, because you're going to have training. So, most people aren't going to take, say, 5 days or 6 days of vacation to be paid, what little the Board of Review pays. So I can see why people wouldn't want to be on the board because of the time commitment. It's not in small increments; it's in huge chunks.
Yeah, I mean that's this one, but I mean the Planning Commission, when I was on there anyway, it had 2 scheduled meetings a month that typically ran pretty close to 3 hours each.
Oh.
And also usually scheduled 2 additional work sessions a month, because we were rewriting the code and the zoning ordinance and the master plan. And so those actually usually lasted at least 2 hours a month. So, and just the prep work that it took for a meeting, the volume of material you had to go over, and oftentimes it meant field visits to go look at something, so you had a better understanding of it than what the paperwork showed. It was pretty intense, really, to just be on the Planning Commission. So,
Sounds like it.
in reality, at the time, we figured we were putting in more time than the city commissioners, or at least most of them. I mean, the mayor would put in extra time, and generally there was a subcommittee that met with the manager, I think at least once every 2 weeks. I think it was every week. The 3 of them met with the mayor, and 2 others met with the manager at the time to go over issues. So those 3 may have been putting in more hours.
Somebody showing up at 9 o'clock to throw something in the box.
All hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? Isn't it so loud?
Yeah. It's annoying.
I wish they'd put that somewhere else.
Because I remember hearing that when I was in water billing, halfway down the hallway. I could still hear that clunk. It travels.
Could change it to a vacuum tube that goes direct to billing, water billing.
That's what most of it is anyway, is water payments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or put the treasurer's office back in there and move you to another little corner somewhere.
I don't know, Amanda, would you like your own office?
I'd like my own office.
I kind of like that too. And the ability to shut the door.
You want to stay on the upper floor, though. I had an office in the basement for many years. It's not a particularly healthy place to work.
You guys were down there too during the reno, right?
Ellen and I were down there for almost a year.
Yeah.
It's like 8 months or something like that. We always would say, I can't even believe that we were down there. When we'd walk by or something, be like, can you believe that this was our office? It's pretty sketchy.
Yeah, I think if you're down by Upset, you can tell when they made a bust.
Oh, we could smell it.
Yeah.
Well, we had a couple of instances where, well, we wanted ice, so we would share bringing in ice and put it in the freezer. Well, people were stealing our ice out of the freezer and using it, and so I had to put a sticky note on the ice and said, "Nacho cheese, nacho ice either." And then another time, the Upset people would just slam their door, and there would be constantly people in and out and slam and slam and slam. And so then I snuck and I put a sticky note on the door, "Please close door quietly." But there's a camera, so they probably asked the police, "We want to know who did that, who put the note on the door." And so then they knew it was me that put the note on the door to please be quiet. But they weren't quiet, just anyway. They never ended up being quiet.
That's okay. They weren't going through that door the way they go through other people's doors.
Right.
Could have been louder, hey?
I suppose. But Ellen to this day still talks. We met for coffee and did like a Christmas exchange this past weekend. And she still talks about that. She talks about me running and putting a sticky note on that door, and she just couldn't believe that I did it. But she really wanted to do it. She just didn't have the guts. So I did it. We had some good times. Where are you going, Miles?
I got booted out again, and so I had to log all back in again.
Bet you had a big countdown clock up there you were setting or something.
No, there's only 27 minutes left, but I'm not counting.
Well, we could all take turns taking a joke, like saying a joke.
Gosh, no.
Oh, I'm terrible at that.
I don't want to spend the next 3 months filling out reports.
No, like appropriate jokes.
Oh, no. No jokes.
I used to have a bunch of corny jokes that I memorized back in the day. I wish I could remember them all.
I've just taken 2 seminars on all of this webinar virtual stuff, and man, do you have to be careful.
Yep, it's all out there, hey?
Yep.
I feel like you have to be careful about everything you say these days. The less said, the better, right? Now I just got to teach myself that. I do practice that.
No offense intended, but it's hard to tell whether that's your name in the corner or a title for the picture behind you.
I wish I was there right now.
Where is that?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Google knows, though.
Yeah, that's another reason I got to get a different laptop. Mine won't even support backgrounds.
Really? How old is it?
Well, I'm on my wife's because hers is about 4 years newer than mine, and hers won't support backgrounds either.
Really?
Mine is from 2007, I think. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
7. When I was doing real estate, I bought one, and
Hmm.
I've still got it. Still got all the real estate training programs on it, and hers is probably 2 years newer than that. So somewhere around 2010, maybe 2010. This one is. Mine runs on Vista. Hers runs on Windows 95, I think.
Wow.
Wowie.
But it's getting to the point where an awful lot of things I want to try to do on mine aren't supported anymore by Vista. So
I don't think Microsoft has supported either one of those versions for probably, what, 5 years, 10 years? No security updates.
yeah, well, I don't have much on it that needs security either. So that's one thing when you're not really doing much work anymore. A little bit of correspondence and a lot of games and
Yeah.
a little bit of record keeping, but not financials. So but as far as the hardware is concerned, that old one works really nice, and it's still got a nice touch to it, nice screen and everything. I really like it.
Yeah. It's too bad that they don't make them, so that you can upgrade them a lot easier.
What you drinking, Miles? Is that a kale smoothie? I think he's laughing, but I can't hear him. Can
I
anyone
know
else?
he's muted.
Oh, he's muted. I think I made him joke.
Yeah. Careful.
Probably Bailey's Irish Cream.
Mm, I would bet my money it's not.
For a dull moment.
One year for Boss's Day, Ellen and I bought Miles some kale. I was cracking myself up. But I knew he'd use it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Phytonutrients.
Twenty more minutes.
How many?
20.
20.
Well, I'm going to presume we're not getting any more, and I'm going to close up all the books.
Ooh, living on the edge.
you checked your messages and your emails to make sure that we don't have, somebody didn't send you something?
I have nothing.
Yep. Nothing coming through.
Nothing? Okay.
No.
Amanda, when you run that backup, you don't have to stay for that. Just, you know, at 9 o'clock, just start that backup and then just, you can leave, you know, just don't wait for it to get done. And then in the morning, just let me know where it is.
It's pretty fast.
Okay.
I think. And I already made a file folder under the F drive
Okay.
for it. So F drive, Miles Anderson.
Okay.
And then it says March border review backup.
Okay.
Do you want me to name it 2021 March border review backup?
I want you to name it after close of board of review. So I know
Rename.
what it is.
It's after close of
Board of
border
review.
review.
Yep.
Okay. That's what it's named.
Okay. And then tomorrow, if you can go through, the two of you can go through every single one that we went through at the organizational and all the way through the end of tonight, and then make sure that all of the numbers that you have written down on your notes match what's inside the computer, and that the petition numbers match, and that when you click on the board review information, that everything looks accurate.
Can we just compare it to, since we probably won't get any more and we already ran the log, compare everything on that log, or do you want me to run another report?
Yeah, if we don't get anything in the next 15, 14 minutes here, just compare it to that log.
Okay.
Make sure that the parcel numbers are correct. The values are correct as to what the board did. And that all of the information is filled out correctly. And that if they were written petitions, you know, for the W in the column and P for if they appeared in person, so that the log indicates if it was written or appeared in person.
Ooh, I think we have a bunch of those that are wrong.
Yeah, so we have to make sure that that the appearances were correct, you know, whether they were written or in person. So they need to be corrected. So if they were written, you just check that box where it says, you know,
Letter
what it is,
appeal.
right?
Yeah, the letter appeal.
Okay, letter appeal. That's for the written ones. The other ones will be that the people appeared in person.
So only the people who actually came on here and met us will be the person. Everybody else will be a letter appeal, right?
Correct. Yep. If they sent in a petition, either by phone, email, you know, however they sent it in, that's going to be a written petition. If they appeared on Zoom, that's going to be an in-person meeting.
See the value changes. Should we run the March board review summary so then we can see the value changes?
Right. You want to see the value changes so that you can
Because
see what it was before and what it was changed to and what changed, you know, the assessed and the taxable or both, and then compare those and make sure that that information is accurate.
Because the log doesn't have the value, but I know which one to run.
Right. Yeah, there's two other reports that are the same. One's state tax commission approved and one's not. But if you run the total, the other two reports, you'll get a parcel by parcel. If you look on the data that I sent you for that Marquette Mountain one, you'll see that one is just like the board of review assessment roll. It shows the actual parcel and what happened.
Yeah.
So you need to do that for each parcel, and then you can split those up, and each one of you takes up, you know, take half, and make sure that all the entries are absolutely perfect as to, you know, as to what happened before we print. You know, we had to cross-reference that, make sure that everything is accurate, and then after that, then we'll print the board review decision letters so that they reflect what we know the board review did. But we're not going to print those until we verify the data. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
And then once I know that that information is accurate, then I'll run the other forms with the totals for them to sign. But we'll have a meeting. When you're done with all that, text me or email me and let me know that you're completed that, and then we'll have a meeting. We'll go over what's left.
When should we expect the forms to sign? Before Monday, or?
If everything goes good, probably Monday we'll get them out to you, because we want to make sure that all the information's accurate, that everything prints correctly, because we don't want to have to call you back, because when you are done for the night, you'll just stop and say that until a call of the chair. So if we entered something incorrectly or we need to call you back, we can always have another meeting. But we should have that. We should get that to you we'll contact you on Monday to get you those forms to start to sign.
Okay. Well, it seems just from memory that if if the change for Marquette Mountain that we made holds, I think the sum total of all of our changes is a positive for the tax roll at this point. Well, we made a few reductions elsewhere, but that should more than offset them.
Yeah, we look at, we look at the organizational meeting, all the changes that were done there, so they'll print as well. And, we already sent out any changes that you did at that organizational meeting, we notified the people of the changes already.
Okay, I guess I was forgetting that. Was thinking most of those veterans exemptions were really just going from 0 to 0, but they aren't, because you put in a tentative value that would be in place if they didn't apply for the exemption. So yeah, we did reduce it quite a bit by approving pretty close to 50 of those.
And we never did send out those letters to the organizational meeting people.
Well, not the veterans ones, but if we set an assessment for them, we should have sent out a change of assessment notice to them.
Oh.
So they had the time to appear at either one of these two meetings.
Oh, and we didn't do that, so that's fine. They've already gotten their assessment notices.
Yeah, I'm saying if at the organizational meeting, if we set an assessment that wasn't there before,
oh, okay,
we would have sent them the notice from the board review saying we set this assessment, not the board review set the assessment for you at X, and you have the opportunity to come to the board review on the 8th or the 9th.
Okay.
I guess I'll repeat the request I made last year. I think it was that when we send out a notice from the board of review on approval of disabled veterans exemption, that the letter include a statement thanking them for their service to the country.
I did that for you last time.
Yeah,
I think that was the July border review.
maybe.
We've already gone into all of those and put the veterans exemption, but if you really want us to go in there, because that's something we have to physically go in, which we've already been in those and put the veterans exemption, to show up on that line, we have to physically go into each one of them again and do that.
You can print out a 1-page thing
and just put it in there.
Type it up and insert it within the envelope.
We could do that.
That'd be fine, or so I don't really want to create extra work, but so what you're using is a form letter that's already formatted in the computer that you can't really alter.
Right.
Well, it'd be good if that form letter could be altered in some fashion to start with, but
we can add, like I did last in July, when I went in there and put the changes in for them, when I put the type of veterans exemption, I put that blurb in there for them also.
But you have to do it for each one, not
yes.
just
Correct. I had to do it manually for each one. But we can put an insert in there, like Miles stated. That was a good idea. We could do that. That's not a big deal.
I think in particular where it's resulted in a disability, it's worth putting in there. So.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll make a note right now.
Thank you.
Four minutes. even if somebody came on right now, we wouldn't even be able to get them the petition form, have them sign it, and give it back to us by 9 o'clock.
No, so we just have to have another meeting another day, so we don't.
Well, I think it went really well for being a 2-day event of live television and all the technical things that could have gone wrong. I think it went really well.
Yeah. No big technical difficulties.
No. Amanda learned a whole brand new skill set. Look at what a great job she did. And Christina, look at, you got all those forms. They were all in order. They all were numbered right. Everything was clear. Nothing was upside down. All the forms were in the right way. She did a great job. So I mean, they came through with shining stars.
The only snafu was me removing Mark from the meeting. Oops.
Yeah, but you did that on purpose.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking that too, but
That wasn't a mistake.
What were you like, Mark? Were you like, where'd everybody go?
yeah, I thought maybe my internet, had a hiccup or something, and then when I tried to log back in, it said the host is removed.
Oh. Oops.
That's okay. He didn't miss much more than I did not being able to get in last week. So.
Right. Really exciting stuff.
I just had a 4-hour training session, and one of the funniest thing in the whole training session was my internet went down, and so it rebooted and it came back up, and Zoom restarted right to the meeting, and every single person besides one was gone. Their camera was off and their things were muted. And so finally I sent a message in the chat room and I said, what happened here? What did I do? And they said, what do you mean, what did you do? And so I explained to them that my computer had crashed, and they said, oh, they went on break 3 minutes ago. And so everybody's on break. It has nothing to do with you. But I was like, oh my gosh.
Too funny.
I ruined the meeting.
I ruined it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to commend the whole staff for their help with this hearing this year. It's gone, says, a lot better than could be expected with the technology involved and the learning process involved. So thank you for all your efforts.
Yeah. Everybody's had to learn a lot about Zoom this year.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Well, thank you to you guys, for sure.
And with that, I think I will entertain a motion to adjourn until a call of the chair.
I will make such a motion, Steve.
Me too.
Yeah, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes by vote of 2-0, and I have 9 p.m. on my clock. So
that's what it looks like.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
You guys too.
Night, night. Sweet dreams.